Chapter 584. On a hill, Dong Xingyang and Wolf King were closely monitoring the situation of the people from Yuzhou. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a piercing sound. They thought it was Qin Feiyang, but when they turned their heads, they found that it was Feng Wuxia and the others from the Kong prefecture. They immediately lowered their heads and hid in the grass, restraining their aura to the extreme. Feng Wuxia and the others didn't restrain their aura at all and rushed toward the lake. The people of Yuzhou also sensed their auras as soon as they arrived. Immediately, everyone rushed up and gathered around Ren Wushuang and the others. Are they finally here? The red-haired young man sitting cross-legged on the stone murmured to himself and suddenly opened his eyes. Two bright beams of light burst out of his eyes. A dozen breaths later, Feng Wuxia and the others rushed past the hillside and didn't find Wolf King and Dong Xingyang. They went straight into the grassland and stopped 50 meters away from the people from Yuzhou. The two groups of people looked at each other from a distance, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Feng Wuxia glanced at the red-haired young man and the others and smiled evilly. So you are from Yuzhou? On the Yuzhou side, a man in white frowned. You are from the Kong prefecture? Feng Wuxia nodded and pointed at Ren Wushuang and the others. Give them to us. Regardless of whether it was his demeanor or his tone, he was clearly overbearing. The people of Yuzhou couldn't help but be enraged. The man in white said in a deep voice, "They are from the spiritual state. What do you want them to do?" Feng Wuxia said, "It's none of your business. Just say it, are you going to give them to us or not?" The man in white looked at the red-haired young man. The red-haired young man remained silent and glanced at Feng Wuxia and the others with a frown. He thought they were from the spiritual state, but they were from the Kong prefecture. And they were all powerful. Ren Wushuang and the others also looked at Feng Wuxia and the others in confusion. What do these people want? Feng Wuxia also looked at the red-haired young man, but he didn't show any fear. My patience is limited. I advise you to make a decision quickly. The Kong prefecture and the spiritual state have formed an alliance. The red-haired young man asked. His tone was still calm, without the slightest ripple. Alliance? The Kong prefecture's people were stunned. The group of people roared with laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Feng Wuxia said proudly, "Do they have the right to form an alliance with the Kong prefecture?" Ren Wushuang and the others immediately glared at Feng Wuxia. Am I wrong? I've met most of the people in the spiritual state, and none of them are good enough. Feng Wuxia said disdainfully. Jeff? Ren Wushuang was shocked and asked, You've seen Qin Feiyang? Of course. Feng Wuxia nodded. Ren Wushuang's heart sank. Where is he now? Feng Wuxia smiled. He's already dead by my hands. Kill him. Ren Wushuang's body and mind trembled, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Wu Yan and the others were also filled with despair. If even Qin Feiyang was killed, wouldn't the spiritual state be completely finished? At the same time, the people from the Yuzhou prefecture couldn't help but frown. On the hillside, Wolf King retracted his gaze and turned to look at Dong Xingyang. Look at what's in the sky. Dong Xingyang looked up and frowned. There's nothing. Wolf King said disdainfully, Are you blind? Can't you see the cows flying in the sky? Dong Xingyang was speechless. At this moment, Qin Feiyang lurked over and lay beside Wolf King. He looked at Feng Wuxia and the others by the lake and asked in confusion, Why haven't they started fighting yet? Wolf King pursed his lips and said, They're bragging. Bragging? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Dong Xingyang shook his head and smiled. Just now, the people from the Kong prefecture said to Ren Wushuang and the others that you have died in their hands. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. No wonder Ren Wushuang's face was filled with anger. So it was because of this. Dong Xingyang whispered, Should we send a voice transmission to Ren Wushuang and tell him that you're safe? No need, it's more realistic this way. But why aren't they talking now? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The people from the Kong prefecture are pretending to be profound to scare Ren Wushuang and the others. As for the people from the Yuzhou prefecture, Wolf King glanced at the red-haired youth and the others and shook his head. I don't know either. They were talking a lot before, but when they heard that you were dead, they all fell silent. There's only one explanation for this. As soon as Wolf King finished speaking, Dong Xingyang's voice sounded in their heads. What explanation? Wolf King looked at him suspiciously. Dong Xingyang didn't answer. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I believe you've guessed it too, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. Hey, do you think I'm heir? Wolf King said angrily. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, I think the people from the Yuzhou prefecture should be coming for me too. Wolf King was stunned. You're really narcissistic. Wolf King rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He looked up at the people from the Yuzhou and Kong prefecture. A moment later, the red-haired youth from the Yuzhou prefecture moved. He looked at Feng Wuxia and asked, Did you really kill Qin Feiyang? Of course. Feng Wuxia nodded. If that's the case, the red-haired youth's eyes flashed coldly. He turned his head to look at the burly man in white and said, They have no value anymore. Kill them all. Understood. The burly man in white nodded. Wu Yen and the others also turned pale and looked at Ren Wushuang for help. Can you have some backbone? It's just death, what's there to be afraid of? Ren Wushuang shouted. So fierce. Unfortunately, you're not from the Yuzhou prefecture. The burly man in white shook his head regretfully. His eyes suddenly surged with coldness as he shouted, Do it. Immediately, the aura of the people surrounding Ren Wushuang suddenly erupted. Bastard! Seeing this, Dong Xingyang cursed and rushed towards Ren Wushuang and the others. But Qin Feiyang grabbed him and whispered, Don't be impulsive, the people from the Kong prefecture won't let Ren Wushuang and the others die. As expected, just as the burly man in white and the others attacked, Feng Wuxia took a step forward and his aura erupted like a volcano, rolling in all directions. Don't you dare touch them without my, Feng Wuxia's, permission? His tone was extremely domineering. It seems that the Kong prefecture wants to start a war with the Yuzhou prefecture. The burly man in white suddenly turned around and an aura that was not inferior to Feng Wuxia's erupted. Start a war? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Feng Wuxia snickered and didn't hide his disdain. So arrogant? Then I'd like to see how long you can last under my attack. The burly man in white waved his hand and a golden battle chi surged out like a tide, dyeing the land within a few thousand meters with a layer of gold. But at this moment, Feng Hua, who had been silent, put his hand on Feng Wuxia's shoulder and looked at the red-haired youth. During this time, he had been observing the people from the Yuzhou prefecture. He found that although the red-haired youth didn't talk much, he was the key figure in the Yuzhou prefecture. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The burly man in white sneered. Afraid? To be honest, although you're strong, it's not to the point that I, Feng Hua, am afraid. I just don't want to fight with you too early. How about this? Let's make a bet. Feng Hua smiled faintly. The burly man in white said with disdain, Do you think it's necessary? Feng Hua nodded and said lightly, If we really fight now, both sides will suffer, which is not good for anyone. You're that confident? The burly man in white sneered. Feng Hua smiled. If I don't even have this much confidence, would I dare to come to the Nine Nether Underworld? The burly man in white's eyes turned cold and a murderous aura surged out of his body. But at this moment, the red-haired youth said, Fu Shan, let him continue. The burly man in white frowned and seemed dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to disobey. He looked at Feng Hua with a gloomy expression and said, Speak. Feng Hua smiled. We'll each send one person and decide the winner in one battle. The people of the spiritual state will belong to whoever wins. You're too calculative. The people of the spiritual state are now in our hands. Do you think such a bet is fair? Fu Shan was so angry that he laughed. The others were also furious. Feng Hua smiled faintly. If you're a confident person, you definitely won't discuss whether it's fair or not. In other words, he was saying that Fu Shan was not confident. This person's mind is a bit scary. Qin Feiyang whispered. This person called Feng Hua was too good at scheming and would very likely become a strong opponent in the future. I'm not confident? Just based on your words, I agree to your bet. Fu Shan laughed out loud and took a step forward. He glanced at the people of the Kong state and said coldly, "Who will fight with me?" "Of course it's me." The corner of Feng Wuxia's mouth raised. He turned to look at Feng Hua and the others and asked, "You guys don't have any objections, right?" "Do we dare to have any objections?" Feng Hua shook his head and smiled bitterly. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi surged and condensed into a barrier that enveloped the people around him. At the same time, the red-haired youth frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied with Fu Shan's decision, but he did not say anything. He also condensed a barrier to protect Ren Wushuang and the others from the Yuzhou state. Seeing this, Dong Zhengyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang. "If they really decide the winner in one battle, wouldn't our plan be ruined?" Qin Feiyang nodded, thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, let's see the situation first. Let's begin." At this time, Feng Hua's voice sounded. Boom. Before his voice faded, Feng Wuxia and Fu Shan took a step forward at the same time and charged towards each other. Their auras soared into the sky. I don't know if you've heard of the saying, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. You belong to this kind of person. As he approached, Feng Wuxia opened his mouth and laughed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The previous repeated provocations had already made Fu Shan very angry. Now that he heard this, how could he not be angry? Because Feng Wuxia was mocking him. He looked strong on the outside, but in fact, he was weak on the inside and could not withstand a single blow. Arrogant bastard, go to hell. Fu Shan clenched his 5 fingers and with a roar, he threw a punch at Feng Wuxia. You're not strong enough. Feng Wuxia chuckled, but his eyes flashed with a scheming smile. He did not dodge and slapped out with his palm. In the blink of an eye, the fist and palm collided. Chapter 585. Boom. Swoosh. The surrounding mountains and earth collapsed crazily. The lake beside them also shattered instantly. The lake water turned into torrents that flooded in all directions. The small hill where Qin Feiyang and the others were on did not escape the fate of being destroyed and turned into ashes in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang reacted in time and brought Dong Zhengyang and Wolf King to hide in the castle. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. Inside the castle, seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Shenlong asked, "When are we going to make our move?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Shenlong and Jianghu. The aura emitted by the two of them was completely different from before. It was obvious that they had broken through. "Don't worry, it will be our turn to counterattack soon." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and he appeared outside with Dong Zhengyang. The place was shrouded in dust. The two of them concealed their auras and used the dust as a cover. They quickly retreated to a safe distance and stood on a big tree, silently watching the battlefield. "Is this all you've got? I'm a little disappointed." Suddenly, Feng Wuxia's evil laughter came from the dust. Immediately after, a gust of wind appeared on the battlefield, sweeping up all the dust and turning it into a sandstorm that surged into the distance. At that moment, everything was revealed. Feng Wuxia and Fu Shan both took a few steps back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths, but their expressions were different. Feng Wuxia was still as evil as ever. Fu Shan was like an enraged beast, his eyes bloodshot. Dong Zhengyang glanced at the two of them and said with a voice transmission, "It seems that their strength is on par." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Indeed, but Feng Wuxia has a higher chance of winning." Dong Zhengyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why do you say that?" Qin Feiyang said, "Before the battle, Feng Wuxia said that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It was not just a casual remark." "What do you mean?" Dong Zhengyang frowned. "If you want to attack a person, you have to attack their heart first. The reason Feng Wuxia said that was to infuriate Fu Shan. That's because once a person enters a state of rage, their judgment and battle awareness will deteriorate. And obviously, Feng Wuxia has achieved his goal." Qin Feiyang said. Dong Zhengyang carefully pondered over these words and nodded. "That's right. When two people of similar strength fight, the mentality is especially important. Once the mentality is out of balance, it will inevitably end in defeat. I just don't know if Fu Shan has realized this." Qin Feiyang muttered. "If he calmed down now, It was not too late. But if this continued, the final winner would be Feng Wuxia. In the blink of an eye, the enraged Fu Shan once again charged towards Feng Wuxia. With your strength, I really don't understand how you have the guts to participate in the Great War of the 9 States. Feng Wuxia continued to taunt. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the two clashed. However, Feng Wuxia only defended and did not attack. Occasionally he would taunt him. On the other hand, Fu Shan was getting crazier and more irritable. He was almost losing his mind. The evenly matched situation gradually lost its balance. Unknowingly, Feng Wuxia began to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, when Feng Wuxia retreated, he did not notice that there was a crack behind him. He stepped on empty air and his body staggered and fell backward. Good chance. Fu Shan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation he pounced forward. Battle chi gushed out of his palm and he slammed it towards Feng Wuxia's chest. But did Feng Wuxia really not notice the crack? He did it on purpose. Just as Fu Shan pounced forward, the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Fu Shan's lower abdomen. Immediately, Fu Shan let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. His entire body was directly kicked out and slammed into the ground not far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His rough face was incomparably pale. At the same time, Feng Wuxia jumped up like a carp and stood firmly on the ground. He looked up at Fu Shan who was buried in the mud and laughed. Do you see that? This is the difference between you and me. How dare you plot against me? I'll tear you into pieces. Fu Shan roared. His eyes were instantly bloodshot. He then turned over and got up. He stretched out his hand in the air. Battle chi poured out from his body like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, above his head, a golden axe appeared out of thin air. It was as big as a millstone and emitted a dazzling light. Yo, are you sure you can do it? Why are you using your battle art so soon? Feng Wuxia let out a strange cry. Bastard, go to hell. Fu Shan roared hysterically. The veins on his neck popped out. As he waved his hand, the giant axe above his head released a terrifying aura and slashed towards Feng Wuxia. It seems that this person is bound to lose. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although Feng Wuxia had been using words to provoke Fu Shan still had a trace of rationality before he was plotted against. But now, Fu Shan was completely blinded by anger. However, he was puzzled. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. Why didn't the people from Yuzhou remind Fu Shan? Taking a step back, even if the others from Yuzhou didn't realize this, wasn't there still the red-haired youth? To be able to become a key figure in Yuzhou, this person must be extraordinary. He should have noticed Fu Shan's situation long ago. Why was he silent? Could it be that he was like Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, looking forward to the death of his people? The battle was still going on. Feng Wuxia looked at the golden axe and shook his head. You want to kill me with such a small axe? Can you stop daydreaming? As soon as he finished speaking, a flame soared into the sky and formed a sea of fire above his head, shining in all directions. At this moment, Feng Wuxia's long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Flames surged around his body and his face was cynical. He was like a peerless evil god that ruled the world. Fire Beacon City. As he spoke, 2 castles appeared in the sea of fire. The 2 castles seemed to be cast from magma. They were completely red and were more than 100 feet tall. They were like 2 huge mountains in the sky and had an astonishing aura. Idiot with developed limbs, take this. Feng Wuxia chuckled and raised his arm. He gently flicked his index finger. Boom! One of the castles suddenly sank down, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, crashing towards the golden giant axe. At this moment, with a deafening sound, the castle and the giant axe collapsed at the same time. It's not over yet. Continue. Let me remind you again. This time, the speed is very fast. Feng Wuxia grinned and flicked his index finger again. The second castle suddenly fell and charged toward Fu Shan town. His action was extremely frivolous and he didn't take Fu Shan seriously at all. This made Fu Shan go crazy. However, as Feng Wuxia said, The speed of the second castle was several times faster than the first castle. Fu Shan didn't have time to evolve his battle art to counterattack. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of evolving his battle art. He didn't have any intention of dodging. His eyes were surging with incomparable madness. The castle was surging with waves of fire. At first glance, it looked like a meteorite from outer space. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on top of Fu Shan's head. The ground under Fu Shan's feet couldn't withstand such an imposing aura and began to tremble violently. On the ground, a bottomless black abyss cracked open at the speed of lightning. Open your eyes and watch carefully. I can crush your battle art with my bare hands. At this moment, Fu Shan roared and clenched his 5 fingers tightly. He threw a punch at the castle. Is this guy crazy? He's really going to fight a battle art with his bare hands? Dong Jingyang was dumbfounded. Feng Hua and the others in Kong State were also shocked. Even Qin Feiyang was shocked by Fu Shan's crazy behavior. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Fu Shan's fist and the castle collided. There was no suspense. No matter how Fu Shan resisted, he couldn't resist the suppression of the castle. In almost an instant, the castle slammed into the ground and Fu Shan was directly blasted into the ground. At the same time, there was a painful scream. He's dead. Dong Jingyang frowned. It seemed that his plan was really ruined. Feng Wuxia glanced at the castle and snorted disdainfully. He looked up at the red-haired young man from Yuzhou and said with a smile, "Accept your loss. Don't go back on your word." The red-haired young man glanced at him indifferently and turned his head to look at the castle in silence. Feng Wuxia shook his head and said, "Don't look. My battle art is a superior one. He can't be alive." The red-haired young man remained silent and seemed extremely calm. "Are you trying to exhaust my patience?" Feng Wuxia immediately raised his eyebrows. Boom! But as soon as he finished speaking, with an earth-shattering bang, the castle suddenly fell apart. A big man drenched in blood rushed out from the ground. Who else could it be but Fu Shan? But at this moment, his clothes were ragged and he looked like a beggar. His body was covered with wounds. The arm that shook the castle had been shattered and blood was gushing out. That's impossible. Seeing Fu Shan jump out alive, Feng Wuxia couldn't help but frown. Feng Hua and the others also frowned. They couldn't accept it. Is it a fluke that he survived? Qin Feiyang muttered. However, regardless of whether it was a fluke or not, the current Fu Shan was completely different from the previous Fu Shan. Although Fu Shan was heavily injured, there was not the slightest bit of anger on his face. He was calm and collected. Suddenly, the red-haired young man said indifferently, "Fu Shan, do you know your shortcomings now?" Fu Shan nodded and cupped his hands. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Wanqiu." Reminder? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When did the red-haired young man remind him? Dong Jingyang said, "You forgot that a battle master can secretly send a message." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He then patted his forehead and smiled bitterly. He always forgot that he had not broken through to the battle master realm. In that case, it was not the castle that suppressed Fu Shan underground. It was Fu Shan who took the initiative to go underground. Because at that time, going underground was the only way out. Only then could he save his life. "Go, let him see your true strength." The red-haired young man spoke again, but his tone was no longer calm. There was a bone-piercing sharpness to it. Fu Shan nodded and took out a regeneration pill and a healing pill. He then turned to look at Feng Wuxia and said, "I've let you be proud for so long. It's time for you to suffer." Feng Wuxia was disdainful. Chapter 586. Boom. The battle between the two began again. But this time, Feng Wuxia did not provoke him. Because he knew that no matter what he said to Fu Shan, he would not be able to provoke him. Boom. The two of them fought from the east to the west, and then from the west to the north. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed and the earth caved in. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Dong Jingyang said, "Fu Shan's combat strength has been fully unleashed. He's quite strong." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although Fu Shan did not die in Feng Wuxia's hands, His injuries were very serious and he had lost an arm. Although he had taken the healing elixir and regeneration elixir, it would take some time for him to recover. In other words, Fu Shan was now fighting with Feng Wuxia with serious injuries. And he was fighting with one hand. But even so, he did not show any signs of being defeated and was locked in a fierce battle with Feng Wuxia. Feng Wuxia would not be able to defeat him in a short period of time. If Fu Shan had not lost his mind, it would be hard to predict the outcome. Boom! All of a sudden, Fu Shan's aura exploded and a bright golden light rose from his back and rushed into the sky. There was an axe in the golden light. It was the size of a palm and looked as if it was made of gold. It emitted a dazzling light. That was his fighting soul. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths when they saw this scene. Once the fighting soul was activated, it meant that Fu Shan was serious. Who would be the final victor? Kill! Fu Shan waved his hand and the palm-sized axe cut through the sky and slashed at Feng Wuxia. Its sharp edge tore the earth apart. Feng Wuxia looked at the axe and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Chirp! The next moment, accompanied by a shrill cry, a wave of fire rushed out from his back. What? That's his fighting soul? Am I seeing things? Dong Jingyang was dumbfounded. The people from Yuzhou were also shocked. Even Qin Feiyang and the red-haired youth's pupils constricted in shock. Feng Wuxia's fighting soul was a ferocious bird. It was dozens of feet tall and was surrounded by flames. It flapped its fiery red wings and soared into the sky. For a moment, the wind howled in this place, and sand and stones flew everywhere. At this moment, it had turned into a scorching hot place in an instant. Everyone was drenched in sweat. Chirp! After the ferocious bird soared into the sky, it turned in the air and swooped down like a bolt of lightning. Like a falcon, it used its sharp claws to grab the axe. No matter how big it is, it's just a chicken. Fu Shan shook his head with a wisp of disdain between his brows. Rise. Following closely, Fu Shan let out a low roar, and the palm-sized axe immediately swelled with the wind. In the blink of an eye, a huge axe appeared out of nowhere. It was bigger than the ferocious bird, and its edge was even more terrifying than before. Chicken? However, Feng Wuxia's expression changed when he heard Fu Shan's words. The evil aura of the past had disappeared, and there was a trace of gloominess in his eyes. He glared at Fu Shan and said coldly, "Say it's a chicken again if you have the guts." "Isn't that so?" Fu Shan sneered. "You're courting death." Feng Wuxia's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said coldly, "Innate superpower, eyes of the fire phoenix, destroy." At that moment, the ferocious bird that swooped down blinked its eyes, and two fiery red beams of light burst out of its eyes, like two pillars of fire, and blasted towards the golden axe. Do you think only your fighting soul has an innate superpower? Innate superpower, heaven-splitting fury. Fu Shan's eyes were like torches. As his voice fell, the golden axe slashed in the air, and a golden blade of light suddenly swept out. Boom! In an instant, the blade of light and the beam of light collided, like two meteorites colliding, and a destructive aura erupted, covering the sky and earth in all directions. The land within a radius of a few miles was instantly razed to the ground. At the same time, the beam of light and the blade of light were in a stalemate in the void, and neither was able to gain the upper hand. No wonder he's the king of two continents. Even his fighting soul has an innate superpower. Qin Feiyang muttered. There were also differences in fighting souls, so not every fighting soul had an innate superpower. In other words, a fighting soul with an innate superpower would definitely be a high-level fighting soul. Dong Jingyang transmitted his voice. Who will win? Without a doubt, it's Feng Wuxia. Qin Feiyang said firmly. This was because Feng Wuxia's fighting soul was simply too shocking. After wandering for so many years, in so many places, other than Wolf King, Feng Wuxia's fighting soul was the only one that made him feel wary. It was just as he had expected. The blade of light gradually lost and was forced back by the beam of light. In the end, with a crack, it shattered into pieces. Fu Shan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Wuxia looked at Fu Shan and spat out these two words in disdain. At the same time, the beam of light collided with the giant axe like lightning. Clang. The giant axe also shattered with a loud bang. For Fu Shan, this was undoubtedly one disaster after another. His body trembled violently, and blood gushed out from his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was actually defeated? They were both one-star battle ancestors, and both fighting souls had innate superpower, but why was the gap between him and Feng Wuxia so huge? He really couldn't accept it. Boom! Just as Fu Shan was distracted, the beam of light pierced through the sky, carrying with it an aura of death, and blasted towards Fu Shan's head. The red-haired youth raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Fu Shan!" His voice was like a bell, and it entered Fu Shan's mind. Fu Shan immediately came back to his senses. But at this moment, the beam of light was only 5 to 6 meters away from him, and it would arrive in the blink of an eye. This time, it was really impossible to dodge. Fu Shan gritted his teeth and raised his arm again. Battle chi surged, and he punched the beam of light with his bare hands. During this time, his arm that was shattered by the castle had already been repaired. But even so, what he did was equivalent to courting death. Boom! In a flash, the fist and the beam of light collided. Immediately! Fu Shan let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body flew out. Not only was his arm shattered again, but even his body was covered in bloody wounds. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Even his innate superpower can be destroyed. I have to admit, he is really strong. Dong Xingyang's pupils constricted tightly. The people from Yunzhou, Kongzhou, and Yuzhou were already so strong. Were the people from the other major states as strong as them? Would they be stronger than them? Originally, he was quite confident in the overall strength of the spiritual state. But now, he felt terrified. The huge pressure was like a huge rock pressing down on his heart. It was very heavy. But at this time, Qin Feiyang said, "Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. If it were you, you could do it too." "Are you making fun of me?" Dong Xingyang frowned. Qin Feiyang's face trembled. When did Dong Xingyang's imagination become so rich? Feng Wuxia's battle soul's innate superpower was indeed very strong. If there were no obstacles along the way, it would definitely be able to kill Fu Shan. But before, it first collided with Fu Shan's battle soul's innate superpower, and then with the battle soul, which would weaken most of its power. That was why Fu Shan could shatter the beam of light with one punch. In the blink of an eye. Just as Fu Shan shattered the beam of light with one punch, Feng Wuxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chirp. Accompanied by a sharp screech, the fierce bird hovering above his head spread its huge wings. Suddenly, the wind blew and the fire waves covered the sky as it swooped down towards Fu Shan. And its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it landed above Fu Shan's head. The terrifying power made Fu Shan couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. "I admit defeat," he said without hesitation. Immediately, the people of the Kong state all had bright smiles on their faces. The people of the Yuzhou state all lowered their heads, feeling that Fu Shan's admission of defeat made them lose face. "You shouldn't have left a mark and let Dong Feng Wuhan find us." Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang reproachfully. If everything went according to their plan, it would indeed be a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. But now, the people of the two states didn't fight to the death and only used one battle to determine the winner, which put them in an awkward position. Because if they jumped out to save people now, they would definitely face the joint attack of the two states. However, in the face of Dong Xingyang's reproach, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and his eyes flickered. Seeing this, Dong Xingyang couldn't help but be angry, and said angrily, "If you don't save them, I will." Because of Fu Shan's admission of defeat, the people of both sides were now a little relaxed. If they wanted to save people, this was the best opportunity. Don't go. Fu Shan's death is already destined. Because the current Feng Wuxia is already angry and will not give him any chance to struggle at death's door. Qin Feiyang stopped him and said in a low voice. Dong Xingyang was surprised. He raised his head to look at Feng Wuxia, and his eyes suddenly burst out with rays of light. At the same time, whether it was the people of the Kong state or the people of the Yuzhou state, they all changed their expressions. They were the same as Dong Xingyang. They thought that since Fu Shan had admitted defeat, the battle would be over. But now, Feng Wuxia had no intention of stopping at all. The ferocious bird was still rushing towards Fu Shan with an aggressive aura. Feng Hua shuddered and hurriedly shouted, "Feng Wuxia, stop." If Feng Wuxia really killed Fu Shan, the conflict between the two sides would be completely intensified. At that time, it would not be good for anyone. But Feng Wuxia did not seem to hear him. The killing intent in his eyes was even stronger than before. Similarly, Fu Shan did not expect this at all and was not mentally prepared at all. And the people of the Yuzhou state wanted to save Fu Shan at this moment, but it was too late. There was no luck at all. Accompanied by a painful scream, Fu Shan died tragically under the claws of the ferocious bird. And it was torn into pieces. It was a tragic sight. Dead. Feng Hua's face was blank. The others were also dumbfounded. The place fell into a dead silence. Dong Jiang was the only one who was extremely excited. Now that Fu Shan was dead, there would definitely be a bloody battle between the two sides. But at the same time, he was very puzzled and sent a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang. Why is Feng Wuxia so angry that he wants to kill Fu Shan regardless of the overall situation? Doesn't he know that this will cause a lot of trouble? Qin Feiyang laughed. Of course he knows this, but who asked Fu Shan to humiliate his fighting spirit? A dignified fire phoenix was called a chicken. This Fu Shan is really daring. I see. Chapter 587. That's right. That ferocious bird was the legendary divine beast, the fire phoenix that could be compared to the divine dragon. This battle soul was similar to the dragon soul and was extremely rare in the world. Qin Feiyang only knew one person. That was his mother, the current empress of the great Qin Empire. It was also because of the battle soul of the fire phoenix that his mother was able to successfully ascend to the position of empress. Because from ancient times until now, there was a legend that had been passed down. The emperor was the dragon and the empress was the phoenix. That was why Qin Feiyang was so shocked when he saw that Feng Wuxia's battle soul was the fire phoenix. Due to Fu Shan's death, the scene fell into dead silence. But this atmosphere did not last long. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged, even stronger than Feng Wuxia and Fu Shan's aura. The source of this aura was the red-haired youth, Wan Qiu. Fu Shan has already admitted defeat. Why do you still want to kill him? At this moment, whether it was his expression or his gaze, it was incomparably cold. I'm happy to. Feng Wuxia smiled evilly. Is that so? Then I'm happy to kill you. Wan Qiu waved his hand and a bloody light shot out, sweeping towards Feng Wuxia like lightning. The bloody light was filled with a shocking murderous intent and baleful aura. Two-star combat ancestor. Feng Wuxia's pupils shrank, but then he grinned and said, I've long wanted to spar with a two-star combat ancestor and see how far away I am from a two-star combat ancestor. But before he could finish, the twin sisters scolded, Spar your ass, back off. At the same time, the girl on the left took a step forward and stood in front of Feng Wuxia. Feng Wuxia said unhappily, Xuening, you don't have to care about my business. If I tell you to back off, then back off. Xuening snorted coldly. All right. Feng Wuxia shrugged helplessly and turned to Feng Hua. At the same time, the girl called Xuening also raised her slender arm and pointed her white index finger in the air. A dazzling battle chi emerged. The battle chi was like water, condensing into a water storm and blasted towards the bloody aura. Boom! When the two met, Wan Qiu and Xuening both took a step back. Xuening calmed down the surging blood and chi in her body and raised her head to look at Wan Qiu. Before they fought, they didn't say anything about not killing each other. Now that you're doing this, don't you think you're going overboard? I went overboard? Wan Qiu's gaze turned even colder. He did not waste his breath and took a step forward. His large hand shot out explosively, bringing along an ear-piercing palm wind. He slapped toward Xuening. He's simply being unreasonable. Xuening said angrily. She reached out with her jade-like hand and slapped out without backing down. Wan Qiu raised his eyebrows. Not only did she say that he was going overboard, she even said that he was being unreasonable? Did she really think that she could be so unreasonable just because she was a woman? Without a doubt. Wan Qiu was furious. Just as the two hands were about to clap together, Wan Qiu suddenly took a mysterious step and strangely disappeared in front of Xuening. Xuening was bewildered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In the next moment, Wan Qiu appeared on the right side of Xuening, as if he had appeared out of thin air, without any warning. He stretched out his arm like lightning and slapped Xuening's right cheek. Slap. An ear-piercing slap was heard, and Xuening was also sent flying, crashing into the ground, and a deep pit appeared. And on her cheek, there was a bright red palm print. Feng Hua and the others were stunned, but then their faces changed color and they all ran towards the deep pit. Feng Hua jumped in and helped Xuening up and asked with concern, "Xuening, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Xuening shook her head, touched her burning cheek, and walked out of the deep pit. She looked at Wan Qiu, who was not far away, and her big eyes emitted a ray of shocking cold light. Seeing the palm print on Xuening's face, Kong Province's people were furious. One of the 9-star combat emperors said angrily, "You're a man, how dare you hit a woman, don't you feel ashamed? Men and women are segregated in this place, are you here to be funny? Moreover, senior brother Fu Shan had already admitted defeat, and your people still tried to kill him, and even tried to twist the truth, but senior brother Wan Qiu only gave her a slap, isn't that too much? I really didn't expect that Kong Province's people would be so despicable." The people from Yu Province immediately sneered. "We're despicable? I don't think you're any better. A bunch of pigs and dogs, a nest of snakes and rats." The people from both sides did not want to be outdone, and began to curse at each other, spitting saliva everywhere, like a shrew cursing on the street. Dong Xingyang was stunned. What's going on? If you don't want to admit defeat, then fight, what's the use of cursing? Suddenly, he noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality and transmitted his voice, "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang's gaze was still locked on Wan Qiu, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Dong Xingyang followed Qin Feiyang's gaze and frowned, "What's wrong with Wan Qiu?" "Very wrong." Qin Feiyang whispered and said, "He's not simple." "What do you mean?" Dong Xingyang became more and more suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "The movement technique he used before was a kind of battle art." "I know that, is there a problem?" Dong Xingyang nodded and asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "Of course there's a problem, because that movement technique is a perfect battle art." What? Dong Xingyang turned pale with fright. He did not expect it to be a perfect battle art. Dong Xingyang hurriedly asked, "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang said, "Because the phantom steps that I have mastered is a perfect battle art, so I can recognize it at a glance." Dong Xingyang suddenly felt a little suffocated. His heart also began to feel uneasy. Although everyone present had mastered a superior auxiliary battle art, one had to know that the difference between superior and perfect battle arts was very large. For example, Wan Qiu, with his perfect battle art, had the ability to suppress everyone present. The only one who had a perfect battle art, Qin Feiyang, was only an 8-star war emperor and could not compete with Wan Qiu. In other words, at this moment, Wan Qiu was an invincible existence. The two sides were still arguing endlessly. The words they said were getting more and more unpleasant. "Enough. What's the use of talking nonsense? If you're not convinced, then let's fight." Feng Wuxia suddenly shouted coldly, and his aura suddenly erupted, charging towards a 1-star war sect of Yuzhou. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The 1-star war sect of Yuzhou sneered, but did not charge forward. He turned his head to look at Wan Qiu, waiting for Wan Qiu to speak. "Kill them all." In addition to Feng Hua, the other war sect of Kong State followed behind Feng Wuxia and charged towards the people of Yuzhou. Wan Qiu glanced at Feng Wuxia and the others, his eyes flashing coldly, and said, 8-star war emperor, take the people of Lingzhou and retreat." Senior brother Wan Qiu, Qin Feiyang is dead, Is there a need to keep them alive? An 8-star war emperor immediately asked. Qin Feiyang is not dead. Wan Qiu said. Not dead? Didn't Feng Wuxia say that he had killed Qin Feiyang? The people of Yuzhou were surprised. If he really killed Qin Feiyang, would he still try to snatch Ren Wushuang and the others? If I'm not wrong, they are snatching these people to threaten Qin Feiyang. Wan Qiu sneered. I see. Let's go. Everyone was enlightened. There were a total of 28 Star War Emperors on Yuzhou's side. At this moment, they were escorting Ren Wushuang and the others, quickly fleeing into the distance. Because they all knew that Wan Qiu was ready to start a massacre. Has it finally begun? Qin Feiyang murmured. Dong Xingyang's eyes were also filled with coldness. On the mountain ridge, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were also filled with anticipation. After the 28 Star War Emperors and Ren Wushuang left, there was not much difference in the number of people between Kong State and Yuzhou. Kong State had 6 1-star combat ancestors, 10 9-star war emperors and the twin sisters. Yuzhou had 5 1-star combat ancestors, 1 9-star war emperor and 1 Qiu. But because of Fu Shan's death, there were only 4 1-star combat ancestors left in Yuzhou. According to the current situation, Kong State still had a great advantage. Let's do it. Wan Qiu waved his hand. His tone was casual, but his eyes were as sharp as a blade, intimidating people. Boom! At this moment, the 4 1-star combat ancestors and 10 9-star war emperors released a terrifying aura at the same time and rushed towards the people of Kong State with murderous intent. But Wan Qiu didn't move. Feng Hua and the twin sisters didn't move either. Their mission was to restrain Wan Qiu. Because as long as Wan Qiu didn't join the battle, the final winner would be Kong State. After all, Kong State had one more 1-star combat ancestor. Boom! Gotcha! In a flash, Yuzhou's 4 1-star combat ancestors and Kong State's Feng Wuxia's group of 5 began to fight. The 10 9-star war emperors on both sides avoided the combat ancestor kings and went to a distance to fight. Both sides were unscrupulous and wanted to kill their opponents as quickly as possible and end the battle. Moreover, they were all the best in their respective states, so the battle reached its climax from the beginning. The flames of war burned the land within a 10-mile radius. Battle chi filled the air and battle arts whistled. Mountains collapsed one after another and the earth cracked crazily. The rumbling was deafening. What is Wan Qiu doing? Dong Xingyang was suspicious. The 4 1-star combat ancestors of Yuzhou were obviously at a disadvantage against the 5 1-star combat ancestors of Kong State. Moreover, Feng Wuxia was also ridiculously strong. The fire phoenix hovered in the sky, emitting a monstrous divine aura. His opponent was a burly man with bulging muscles. He was filled with explosive power and looked very valiant. But under Feng Wuxia's hands, this person seemed to be restrained. There were even a few bone-deep wounds on his body. The situation on the other side was even worse. 2 1-star combat ancestors of Kong State joined forces to deal with 1 1-star combat ancestor of Yuzhou. The situation was completely one-sided. Moreover, under the relentless pursuit of the 2 from Kong State, the person from Yuzhou had already lost an arm. But even so, Wan Qiu didn't help and coldly scanned the battlefield. At the same time, Feng Hua also stared at Wan Qiu, his brows furrowed. This person was like a mystery, he was really unfathomable. What was he thinking? Rumble. Gotcha. As time passed, the place was already beyond recognition. It was a scene of devastation. The 10 9-star war emperors of both sides were in the same situation and their injuries were similar. They were evenly matched. However, the 4 1-star war sects of Yuzhou were in imminent danger. Chapter 588. Qin Feiyang's attention was also on Wan Qiu. He wanted to see what kind of amazing means the strongest person in Yuzhou had. Swoosh. Suddenly, Wan Qiu retracted his gaze. When they saw this, Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang, and Feng Hua's group of 3 couldn't help but become tense. Wan Qiu looked at Fire Beacon's 3 people and said coldly, "I'm going to attack." He did not say much but was extremely arrogant. As everyone knew, Usually, before facing an enemy, one would think of ways to numb the opponent and catch them off guard with unexpected speed. But now, Wan Chou did the exact opposite, and openly said it out loud. This was a blatant disdain towards the 3 fire beacon experts. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a bitter smile. Compared to this person, his previous arrogance was nothing more than child's play. Without a doubt, the twin sisters were angry, their faces full of frost. But Fire Beacon was relatively calmer. However, his gaze was firmly fixed on Wan Chou and he did not dare to move at all, for fear that Wan Chou would suddenly disappear from his sight. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wan Chou moved and walked towards the man who was surrounded. Obviously, he first had to help the man out of his predicament. And his speed was not fast, but each step was steady and powerful. Fire Beacon and the twin sisters looked at each other and rushed out at the same time, blocking in front of Wan Chou. Wan Chou glanced at the 3 people, his gaze extremely cold. He did not have the slightest intention of stopping and faced the 3 people like this. I've never been afraid of arrogant people. Wan, you're very strong, but we sisters are stronger. The twin sisters' lips curled up slightly, with a touch of disdain. Boom! Following closely, their auras erupted like volcanoes. Then, they raised their slender jade arms and slapped towards Wan Chou from left and right. These 2 sisters are 2-star battle grandmasters? Qin Feiyang looked stunned. Very strong. If it's a head-on battle, the spiritual state has no chance of winning. Dong Xingyang whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded. 2 2-star battle grandmasters, 6 1-star battle grandmasters, and 10 9-star battle emperors. Such a lineup was several times more powerful than the spiritual states. A timid person would be scared to death, not to mention a head-on confrontation. However, Kong Prefecture's current opponent was Yuzhou. Although the overall strength of Yu Prefecture was slightly weaker than Kong Prefecture, they had Wan Chou as their trump card. It was hard to say who would win. In the blink of an eye, the twin sisters had already arrived in front of Wan Chou. Their palms were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. However, Wan Chou did not confront them directly. He took a step forward and calmly passed between the 2 sisters, continuing to walk towards the burly man. Throughout the entire process, there was no pause at all. How is this possible? The twins froze in place, unable to accept the fact that their palm had missed. At the same time, Feng Hu's pupils also contracted, his face full of shock. Facing the interception of 2 2-star battle grandmasters, he could still escape so easily. Was this a dream? How could he be so fast? Wasn't he just a 2-star battle grandmaster? The twin sisters came back to their senses and immediately turned around to shout at Wan Chou. However, Wan Chou did not even look back at them, appearing incomparably cold. Bastard! I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The twin sisters were furious. 2 dazzling battle auras appeared and turned into a torrent, carrying a destructive aura as they rushed towards Wan Chou. However, Wan Chou still did not look back, as if he did not notice them. However, just before the 2 battle auras were about to drown him, he took another step forward and mysteriously disappeared from the range of the battle auras. Boom! The battle auras bombarded the ground, instantly creating a deafening sound. A huge sinkhole instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, Wan Chou was standing at the edge of the sinkhole. His long red hair and white clothes fluttered in the wind, but he was completely unharmed. How could he dodge that? Seeing Wan Chou, the twin sisters' eyes immediately widened. Feng Hu's eyes also widened in anger, and his heart was extremely shocked. What was going on? His speed was clearly not fast, but why did Wan Chou's speed become so astonishing at every critical moment? This time, Wan Chou turned his head and glanced at the 3 of them, but there was a hint of mockery in his cold eyes. Then, he turned back and continued to walk towards the burly man. Dong Xingyang said, "It seems that they haven't realized that Wan Chou has mastered a perfect auxiliary battle art. A perfect battle art is too rare. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a legend in the 18 counties of the 9 states. Even if they realize it, I'm afraid that they will directly reject it in their hearts," Qin Feiyang said. Then how did you get your perfect battle art? Dong Jingyang asked, his eyes full of expectation. Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. Dong Jingyang pursed his lips and did not ask for a rebuff. He turned his head and continued to pay attention to Wan Qiu. During the conversation, Wan Qiu and the burly man were only 100 meters away. The two one-star battle masters besieging the burly man in Kong province also noticed Wan Qiu and immediately felt uneasy in their hearts. The burly man, however, was wild with joy. He was already seriously injured and his consciousness was about to dissipate, but when he saw Wan Qiu approaching, he instantly became lively. His methods were also extremely crazy. It was as if he didn't care about his life at all as he forcefully restrained the two one-star battle ancestors. Seeing this, Feng Hua's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Quickly go and help!" Whoosh! Before he could finish, Feng Hua and the pair of twin sisters had already activated their superior auxiliary battle arts. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, they shot towards Wan Qiu. Feeling the aura behind him that was quickly approaching, Wan Qiu's gaze became colder and colder. If I want to kill someone, who can stop me? Suddenly, he raised his head to the sky and roared. His speed suddenly increased greatly, so fast that no one could catch his trace. So fast. He's actually faster than us by a lot. Could he be a 3-star battle master? Feng Hua and the other two were overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, the expressions of the two one-star battle masters who were besieging the burly man also changed. With this kind of speed, coupled with Wan Qiu's cultivation, wouldn't it be easy to kill them? The two of them immediately had the thought of escaping. However, the burly man had already expected this result and did not give them the slightest chance to escape. Even if the two one-star battle masters bombarded his heart, he did not retreat a single step. In less than 3 breaths, Wan Qiu entered the burly man's battlefield. It's too late. Feng Hua was burning with anxiety as he shouted at the two of them, "Run!" As for the two one-star battle masters, they were even more anxious than Feng Hua. They were so anxious that they almost peed their pants. They also wanted to escape, but this burly man suddenly seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Even if he had to risk his life to stop them, he was simply unable to escape. Let's end this. Just as Wan Qiu entered the battlefield, the burly man smiled sinisterly at the two one-star battle masters and quickly retreated to the side. At the same time, Wan Qiu also made his move. He took a step forward and landed behind the two one-star battle masters like lightning. Then he extended his hands and bent his fingers like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards the two's heads. The two of them reacted in time, but their speed was completely unable to keep up with Wan Qiu. Just as they took a step forward, Wan Qiu grabbed their heads. Following that, his 5 fingers contracted and his battle chi surged. The heads of the two one-star battle masters instantly exploded like watermelons, blood splattering everywhere. The two of them died on the spot. Seeing this scene, not to mention the Kong province's Feng Hua and the others, even Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. One had to know. Those two were both one-star battle masters and the kings of a province. In Qin Feiyang's opinion, even if the two of them couldn't defeat Wan Qiu, they wouldn't be easily killed. But never had he imagined that in just an instant, Wan Qiu would take the lives of 2 people. This kind of strength was truly terrifying. He was even stronger than Cloud Province's Commander Nya. This person definitely had the qualifications to dominate those of the same realm. He probably even had the strength to fight against a 3-star battle master. My Serene Province only has 4 one-star battle masters. Now, your Kong Province only has 4 one-star battle masters left. It's fair. At this time, Wan Qiu's voice rang out. Wan Qiu looked at Feng Hua and the twin sisters, his eyes as cold as ever. Feng Hua and the other two were also filled with anger and indignation. But Wan Qiu directly ignored them. He took out a blood-red pill and threw it to the burly man, saying, "Take the heart-protecting pill and continue to fight. In the end, I want to see you win." The burly man received the pill, respectfully replied, and threw the pill into his mouth. Previously, when he was restraining the 2 one-star battle masters, his heart was already injured. If he didn't have the heart-protecting pill to repair it, let alone fighting, his life would probably be in danger. Following that, Wuxia retreated to the side with his hands behind his back. Like an invincible king, he swept his gaze across the battlefield and had no intention of attacking again. Seeing this, the furious Feng Hua and the other two secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Wuxia continued to join the battle, the Kong province would probably be completely annihilated in the end. But the current situation didn't seem to be any better. Xuening sent a sound transmission. Feng Hua will restrain Wuxia. You go deal with that burly man. Tell everyone to retreat if there's a chance, don't continue to fight. Understood. Feng Hua secretly replied, then raised his head to look at the burly man and smiled. Please enlighten me. If you want to kill me, just say it. Why are you so hypocritical? The burly man sneered. Feng Hua smiled faintly, then immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the burly man. At the same time, Wuxia killed the two kings of the Kong province with a wave of his hand, which also inspired everyone in the Yu province. At this moment, they were all in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. For a time, the situation began to reverse. The Kong province, which originally had the absolute advantage, was now slowly falling into a disadvantage. What a terrifying enemy, Qin Feiyang muttered. With the power of one person, he reversed the situation. This Wuxia would probably be his most difficult opponent in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were stronger existences than Wuxia in the other provinces. At this moment he really felt the pressure. If he didn't work hard, in the end he might become one of the losers. Or even lose his life. However, he wouldn't back down. On the contrary, only with pressure would there be motivation. He was now very much looking forward to the future development. Chapter 589. Action. Dong Jiang was stunned and frowned. Are you sure now? The battle between Yu province and Kong province had just begun. Wouldn't it be asking for a beating if they jumped out now? Because it was expected that as soon as they appeared, the people from the two provinces would definitely stop fighting and join forces to suppress them. Just the people from one province was enough to give him a headache, let alone the people from two provinces. You misunderstood me. I'm not going to get involved in their battle. I'm going to save people, Qin Feiyang said. Save people? Dong Jiang was stunned. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 9-star combat emperors and combat masters from Yu province were now pinned down by the people from Kong province. Only the 8-star combat emperors were guarding. Although there were 28-star combat emperors, they were no threat to Qin Feiyang. Moreover, they had 3 1-star combat masters on their side. Dong Jiang, Shenlong and Jiang Wei. With their strength, it was more than enough to deal with a group of 8-star combat emperors. Understanding Qin Feiyang's meaning, Dong Jiang naturally had no objections. The two quietly retreated, bypassing Wuxia and the others, and came to the rear of the battlefield to look for footprints. The biggest advantage of the 9 Nether Underworld was that no matter how fast the opponent ran, they would leave footprints on the ground. Even if there were no footprints, there would still be traces. Soon, Qin Feiyang found a large number of footprints. Following the footprints, after a while, the two found a small canyon hundreds of meters away. The entrance of the canyon was guarded by 2 men in white. There was a word, Yu, embroidered on their chests. They were the people from Yu province. Dong Jiang's eyes flashed coldly and said in a low voice, You wait here, I'll kill them all. Don't. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and shook his head. This place is not far from Wuxia. If they call for help, Wuxia will definitely hear them. So we must kill them unexpectedly and not give them a chance to speak. That makes sense. Dong Jiang nodded, but his eyes suddenly trembled as he asked in surprise, You still plan to deal with the people of Yu province? He had thought that Qin Feiyang would give up on making trouble for Yuzhou after witnessing the power of Wuxia. But now, listening to Qin Feiyang's words, it seemed that he had not given up. Because if he gave up, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have so many concerns. He could just leave after saving the people, and Wuxia might not be able to catch up with him. How can we not make them pay a price? Qin Feiyang sneered. Dong Jiang was stunned. He was right. What did a certain type of person say? Qin Feiyang was precisely this kind of person, knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, but still heading towards the tiger's mountain. How audacious! Alas! He sighed inwardly and said in a low voice, then quickly arrange it. Qin Feiyang said, you wait here. When you hear something in the valley, you immediately take action. Dong Xingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the valley. Except for the entrance, the other three sides were mountains, which could be hundreds of feet high. Ancient trees were lush and weeds were overgrown. Qin Feiyang went to the foot of the mountain on the left side. Like an agile monkey, he quickly climbed to the top of the mountain, stood behind a bush, and looked down. The situation in the valley immediately entered his sight. The valley was very small, about 300 or 400 meters wide. There were a lot of stones piled up inside. Some green weeds grew between the gaps of the stones, swaying with the breeze from the entrance. Ren Wushuang and the others were in the center of the valley at this moment. They sat back to back. Some angrily glanced at the people of Yuzhou, some were silent in despair, and some were whispering to each other. As for the 28-star combat emperors of Yuzhou, except for the two guarding the entrance, the rest were gathered around Ren Wushuang and the others. Do you think senior brother Wan Qiu and the others can defeat them? I'm also thinking about this problem. Although Kong province doesn't have as many people as Yuzhou, their overall strength is stronger than ours. Yes, especially the twin sisters. I feel that their qi is similar to that of senior brother Wan Qiu. They are probably 2-star combat masters. 3 young men said, their faces full of worry. You are worrying for nothing, do you know that? So what if they are 2-star combat masters? Don't forget that our senior brother Wan Qiu has mastered a perfect auxiliary combat art. No matter how strong they are, they can only be abused. That's right. Not to mention Kong province, even if there are people from several other provinces, senior brother Wan Qiu can easily deal with them. Immediately, some people disdainfully discussed. Qin Feiyang saw all of this and couldn't help but feel sorry for these people. Because they relied too much on Wan Qiu. If Wan Qiu left or unfortunately died in battle, the others from Yuzhou wouldn't be able to make any waves. However, killing Wan Qiu wasn't an easy task. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Shenlong, Jianghu, and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang pointed at the canyon below and said, Shen Mei is down there. Shenlong looked down and saw Shen Mei covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Killing intent suddenly burst out of his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at Wolf King and said, you hide down there and wait for my orders. No problem. Wolf King smiled and his palm-sized body swept into the grass. Soon, he entered the canyon and hid in a crack not far from Ren Wushuang and the others. About 100 breaths later, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Jianghu and Shenlong, saying, be sure to kill them in one blow. We heard the conversation between you and Dong Xingyang from inside, Qin Lai said. Don't worry, but a group of 8-star combat emperors won't give them a chance to speak. The two spoke one after another in an extremely cold tone. Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand, shouting, do it. Whoosh! Shenlong and Jianghu immediately took a step forward and shot down. The two didn't deliberately hide, so before they landed in the canyon, the people from Yuzhou and Ren Wushuang had already discovered them. But the difference was, Ren Wushuang and the others were overjoyed. Some were even crying tears of joy. However, when the people from Yuzhou saw the word Ling on Shenlong and Jianghu's chests, they were immediately shocked. Why are the people from Ling's state here? Their auras are very strong, they must be combat masters. Quickly call for help from senior brother Wan Qiu. The group of people instantly panicked. But there were a few people who were calmer and immediately called for help. However, the Wolf King, who was hiding in the crevice, didn't give them a chance to call for help. Just as Shenlong and Jianghu were discovered, it used the void escape step and rushed out, its 2 small claws grabbing 2 white ribs. The void escape step was a perfect battle art. Now, its cultivation was also a 9-star combat emperor, and it was half a step into the combat master realm. One could imagine how amazing its speed was. In half a blink of an eye, It swept in front of the two 8-star combat emperors and raised its ribs to knock their heads. Crack! The ribs could even tear the defense of a combat master, let alone an 8-star combat emperor. There was no suspense. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, the heads of the two exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. After killing the two, it immediately attacked the people next to them. At this moment, Shenlong and Jianghu also arrived at the same time, attacking mercilessly like two death gods, crazily harvesting lives. At the same time, the two people guarding the entrance immediately turned and ran inside when they heard the commotion inside. Wait. But suddenly, in the forest ahead, a cold voice sounded. Who is it? The two of them were shocked. They saw a white figure rushing out of the forest and heading straight for them. And it was very fast. With their eyesight, they couldn't capture the person's true appearance. In the blink of an eye, the white figure was only a dozen meters away from them. This time, they finally saw the person's face clearly, and also saw the word on his chest. It was the word, Ling. It was actually someone from the spiritual state. The two of them were instantly shocked and were about to call for help. But that person didn't give them a chance. His hands stretched out like eagle claws, grabbing their necks and twisting hard. Their necks were broken on the spot. Bang! The two of them fell to the ground, dead. That's right. This person was Dong Xingyang. After killing the two of them, Dong Xingyang didn't stay for a moment and directly rushed into the canyon. The battle in the canyon had also ended. The 18 8-star combat emperors were all lying in a pool of blood. Most of them had their heads blown open. The bloody scene made one's hair stand on end. Without a doubt, this was definitely Wolf King's masterpiece. What a ferocious fellow! Dong Xingyang muttered in his heart. He ran to Ren Wushuang and the others, glanced at everyone, and asked with concern, "Are you all okay?" Everyone shook their heads. Shen Mei lowered her head and blamed herself. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for you." Hearing this, the others also lowered their heads, their faces full of apologies, including Wu Yan and Su Yang. However, there was one person who was calm, and that was Lu Xingchen. Shenlong said, "The people from Yuzhou are too strong. There's nothing we can do about it. You don't have to blame yourselves." Shen Mei looked at Shenlong in surprise. Shenlong also smiled at her. Shen Mei was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? This cousin who usually didn't want to look at her was actually smiling at her at this moment? Ren Wushuang, who was next to her, also looked at Shenlong strangely. Obviously, she knew about the matter between Shen Mei and Shenlong. Looking at the two women's reaction, Shenlong secretly sighed, walked to Shen Mei, and said with a smile, "Little sister, I was wrong in the past. Brother apologizes to you. I will definitely protect you in the future." This, Shen Mei couldn't react for a moment. What was going on? Shenlong's attitude changed too much, right? Let's go to the side and talk. Shenlong smiled bitterly. If he didn't explain clearly, he was afraid that this cousin would suspect that he had ulterior motives. Shen Mei looked at Ren Wushuang for help. "Go!" Ren Wushuang patted her shoulder. Although she didn't know the reason, Shenlong's change was a good thing for Shen Mei. The brother and sister went to the side and whispered. Ren Wushuang glanced at Dong Xingyang and Jianghu, then turned to Wolf King and asked, "Where's Qin Feiyang? It's us who saved you. Why don't you ask us first? Tell me the truth. Do you have any ulterior motives for little Qin Zi? Don't blame me for not telling you. Little Qin Zi already has a family. It's impossible for him to like other women. Of course, if you insist on getting close to him, I'll support you. After all, we should keep the goodies within the family." The Wolf King chuckled. Family? Chapter 590. Dong Xingyang and the others were also shocked. Qin Feiyang had a wife? Why hadn't they heard of it? Looking at Ren Wushuang's reaction, Wolf King had a strange look in his eyes and said with a wicked smile, "Don't tell me that you really like little Qin Zi. What are you talking about?" Ren Wushuang blushed and scolded, "Do you want a beating?" "Ha! It seems that little Qin Zi has a lot of luck with women." Wolf King laughed sinisterly. "Believe it or not, I'll seal your mouth if you keep talking nonsense." At this time, Qin Feiyang rushed down from the top of the mountain and landed in front of everyone, looking at Wolf King angrily. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Wolf King muttered discontentedly. Can't you see that I'm trying to set them up? Such a beautiful girl is right in front of you, but you don't take action. What a blockhead. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, looked at Ren Wushuang and the others, and said with a smile, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How are you? Are you hurt?" Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that the so-called wife was just a joke. They almost believed it. It's just some superficial wounds. It doesn't matter. Ren Wushuang shook his head and asked, "When did you come?" Qin Feiyang said, "We arrived early in the morning, but we didn't find the time to rescue you. You've been tired." Lu Xingchen sighed and said, "Brother Qin, you're the one who's tired. We're just a bunch of burdens." The others also lowered their heads, looking ashamed. They all thought that they were doomed this time. They even thought that even if Qin Feiyang came, he would probably leave them alone when he saw the strength of Yuzhou. But it turned out not to be like that. Not only did Qin Feiyang not care about the past, but he also tried to save them. It would be a lie to say that they were not grateful. But the more grateful they were, the more guilty they felt. I shouldn't have targeted Qin Feiyang like that in the past. Compared to Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, Qin Feiyang was sincerely helping them. All right. Can you all stop being so pretentious? Hurry up and arrange how to kill the people from Yuzhou province and Kong province. The Wolf King waved its claws impatiently. Now is not the time to be pretentious. We have to avenge those who have died. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. Dong Xingyang said, "Revenge is a must, but your strength is far from enough." Everyone fell silent again. To be honest, the strength of the remaining people was pretty good. Most of them were 6-star combat emperors and above. But compared to Yuzhou and Kong province, the gap was too big. Dong Xingyang pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "As long as they are well arranged, we can fight with all our might. Can you let everyone hide in the castle first?" Heard about it. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Although they knew nothing about the castle, Qin Feiyang could rely on the castle to run rampant, which was enough to show that the castle was a very safe place. But Qin Feiyang was still hesitating. Wolf King said, "No, the castle is too small to hold so many people." Dong Xingyang said, "I have been to the castle. It is about 10 feet. 20 or 30 people can squeeze in." "You talk too much?" Wolf King looked at him unkindly. Dong Xingyang sighed, "If there was another way now, I would never put forward this suggestion. Brother Qin, please consider it seriously." Qin Feiyang looked at everyone, his eyes flickering. "Little Qin Zi, if these people are worth protecting, I will definitely not object. But look at how they treated you before. No matter what, I will not agree. If you don't listen to me, we will break off our friendship." Wolf King glanced at Wu Yen and the others, his eyes full of disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yen and the others all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Wolf King. Although these words were unpleasant, they were also the truth. If it were them today, they would not let anyone enter the castle. But now they had no choice. Only by entering the castle would they be safe. Otherwise, they would die in the 9 nether hell sooner or later. Looking at Wolf King's determined attitude, Dong Xingyang could not help but frown. For a moment, he was at his wits' end. Alas! He sighed inwardly and transmitted a message to Wu Yen and the others, "I can't do anything now. Whether or not we can enter the castle depends on your performance." Everyone was silent for a while. Suddenly, everyone bowed down in unison and lowered their proud heads. "Senior Brother Qin, we really know we were wrong. Please be merciful and help us. Only you can help us now. Senior Brother Qin, I, Su Yang, swear that whether it is now in the 9 nether hell or when we return to the spiritual state, I will never go against you again. Well, as long as we can leave here, you will be my great benefactor in the future. I will definitely repay you well. Please rest assured that we will not act recklessly after we enter the castle. If you find someone with evil intentions, you don't have to do anything. Wu Yan will be the first to kill him. Everyone begged one after another. Especially Wu Yan and Su Yang, the two of them knew that they had a deep grudge with Qin Feiyang, so they were particularly uneasy. Now you know how to beg? What have you been doing before? Wolf King said disdainfully. Ruffian wolf, can't you be more magnanimous? Ren Wuxuang looked at him with dissatisfaction. Am I not magnanimous enough? If it weren't for you, I would have killed them all. Would they still have the chance to stand here and talk? Wolf King snorted coldly. Ren Wuxuang raised his hands helplessly and nodded. Yes, yes, you are magnanimous. I am narrow-minded. Is this okay? Wolf King said, Don't flatter me. It's useless. In short, I don't agree to let them go to the castle. At this time, Qin Feiyang, who had been silent, shook his head and said, I don't agree either. Not to mention the importance of the castle, just Lin Yi and the others, he was worried about letting Wu Yan and the others in. As soon as this remark came out, the people present suddenly showed despair. Suddenly, Dong Jinyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Do you remember our bet last time? Qin Feiyang frowned. Dong Jinyang said, I am now using this bet in exchange for their opportunity to enter the castle. I don't think this request is too much, right? It doesn't violate your principles, right? It's not too much. Qin Feiyang shook his head and then said, But are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure. Dong Jinyang nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Okay, I will let them in, but you'd better restrain them. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as driving them out. Dong Jinyang snorted coldly, I believe they don't have the guts now. It's better this way. I will go in and arrange it first. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Jinyang meaningfully, then took Wolf King into the castle. Wolf King immediately said with dissatisfaction, Little Qin Zi, why did you bet with him at that time? Aren't you looking for trouble for yourself? How would I know that Dongfang Wuhan is so spineless? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Fatso looked at the man and wolf, rubbed his chin, pondered for a while, and said, Actually, Fat Lord thinks that it is a good thing to let them come to the castle. Wolf King said angrily, This is a good thing? Was your head kicked by a donkey? You're the one who was kicked by a donkey. Fatso glared at Wolf King fiercely. Think about it. The old man has great expectations for us in this 9 prefectures great war. And you know the old master's character and temper. He has always been on the side of reason and not family. Fairness and justice are his principles. If we ignore them now, when we return to the spiritual state, the old master will definitely be dissatisfied. At that time, it might be difficult for Boss to enter the imperial capital. Let's put aside the old master and focus on Ren Wuxuang. As the granddaughter of the mansion master, it is obviously impossible for her to ignore the life and death of others. But at the same time, with her relationship with us, she can't force us to do anything. So she is now caught in the middle and is in a difficult position. You have to understand her, right? Fatso said. These words were so reasonable that the Wolf King was rendered speechless. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I didn't expect you to see it so clearly. Fatso immediately became proud and said, Of course, Fat Lord's brain is no worse than yours. He just doesn't like to use his brain usually. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Can't you be more reserved? Fatso chuckled and pointed to the altar, saying, Where are you going to put those things? On the altar were the 6-word divine formula, pill scripture, for Qiankuan bags, and a jade box. Inside the jade box was the fire of life. The 4 Qiankuan bags contained the potential pill, 9 Chu yellow dragon pill, and crimson fireglass pill. Because there were too many of them, the jade box could no longer hold them, so they were all stored in the Qiankuan bag. The 6-word divine formula could not be moved, and was locked in the iron box, so there was no need to worry. But the other things had to be found a safe place to put them. And keeping them in the Qiankuan bag was undoubtedly the safest, but there was also a big hidden danger. If the Qiankuan bag was shattered in the process of battle, then all the things would also turn into nothingness. To Qin Feiyang, this was something that absolutely could not be allowed to happen. After all, any one of these pills could cause a bloodbath if taken out. Suddenly, He locked his gaze on the iron box containing the 6-word divine formula. This iron box could only be opened with his blood. In terms of safety, other than the ancient castle, it was definitely the iron box. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and took out an empty Jianghu bag, putting the jade box, pill scripture, and all the pills on the altar into it. He bit his fingertip, opened the iron box with his blood, put the Jianghu bag inside, and closed the iron box. Looking at the iron box, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a faint smile. This time, he could finally rest assured. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Fatso, and warned, "When they come in, you must keep an eye on them, especially Lu Xingchen and Xiang Xiaolong. I always feel that the two of them are not ordinary." Fatso nodded. Swish. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared outside with Wolf King. Without any superfluous words, he directly sent Wu Yan and the others to the ancient castle. Here, only Jiang Wei, Ren Wushuang, Dong Xingyang, Shen Long and Shen Mei were left. Shen Mei walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "Thank you for letting us bury the hatchet, and also thank you for giving my brother the pills." Qin Feiyang smiled, took out a 9-chew yellow dragon pill and handed it to Shen Mei. So the extra pill was prepared for her. Wolf King muttered. At the same time, Dong Xingyang and the others' eyes shone brightly. But Shen Mei looked suspicious and puzzled. "What kind of pill is this?" Shen Long hurriedly said, "Little sister, it's the kind of pill I told you about just now." What? Shen Mei's eyes trembled, and she quickly waved her hand. "It's too precious, I can't accept it." Ren Wushuang smiled. "Just accept it, don't be polite with him. Anyway, he has a lot. Besides, it's also my credit that he can have these pills." A lot. Dong Xingyang and the others felt that they were about to suffocate. It was not an exaggeration to say that this kind of pill was a peerless treasure. They always thought that Qin Feiyang did not have many, but they did not expect Ren Wushuang to say that he had a lot. He really wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. But they did not understand Ren Wushuang's last sentence. How could it be Ren Wushuang's credit? Wolf King impatiently urged, "Can you hurry up? If you delay any longer, the people of Kong's state might all run away." Shen Mei finally came back to her senses, trembling as she reached out and took the 9-chew yellow dragon pill, and said gratefully, "Thank you." "No problem." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Shen Mei was now a 6-star war emperor, and a 9-chew yellow dragon pill with 4 patterns was enough for Shen Mei to break through to the War Master realm. In this way, the strength of the spirit state would undoubtedly soar by a large margin. Qin Feiyang did not waste any more words, and sent Ren Wushuang and Shen Mei to the ancient castle. He turned to look in the direction of Wan Qiu and the others, and said coldly, "Let's go, it's time to settle the score with them." Whoosh! Immediately, 4 people and 1 wolf turned and quickly left the canyon, plunging into the forest and disappearing. Chapter 591. When Qin Feiyang and the others arrived at the battlefield, the battle between Yu Province and Kong Province had not yet ended. "How do we deal with them?" Wolf King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Let's observe the situation first." Qin Feiyang scanned the front. There was a small hill dozens of meters away, covered with shrubs. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang called out and walked towards the hill. When they arrived at the foot of the hill, the 4 people and 1 wolf did not stop. They climbed up the hill and stood in the bushes, overlooking the battlefield. Wan Qiu still did not make a move. He stood there with his hands behind his back, like a king looking down on the battlefield. Not far away, the twin sisters stood side by side. They looked calm, but there was a trace of vigilance in their eyes. Around the 3 of them, the 1-star battle sects of Yu Province and Kong Province were fighting fiercely. Further away, the 29-star combat emperors of the 2 provinces were also fighting fiercely. Deafening rumbles were incessant. Everyone was covered in blood, as if they were bathed in a rain of blood. A tragic aura enveloped the world. Didn't you say that the people of Kong Province were already thinking of retreating? Why do they look like they're ready to fight to the end? Jiang Wei retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "With Wan Qiu here, it's not that easy to retreat." Wan Qiu was too fast. Even if they wanted to retreat, They had to find the best opportunity. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to escape safely, but they would also accelerate the destruction of Kong province. Because once they started to retreat, their fighting spirit would be greatly reduced. On the contrary, the fighting spirit of Yu province would be greatly increased. At that time, under the leadership of Wuxia, they would chase after them and the Kong province would face the risk of being completely wiped out. Therefore, the Kong province did not dare to retreat easily. Then what should we do now? Shenlong asked. What should we do? Of course we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The fiercer they fight, the more serious their injuries will be. It's more advantageous for us. Wolf King smiled sinisterly. Jianghu said, what if they fight and the other side compromises? Dong Xingyang's pupils contracted as he said in a deep voice, we really can't rule out this possibility. They might even form an alliance. Immediately, Shenlong and Jianghui's hearts became heavy. If one side was already so strong, who would be able to stop them if the two sides formed an alliance? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. Your concerns are not without reason. We do need to take precautions. Dong Xingyang asked, do you have any ideas? Shenlong and the other two also looked expectantly at Qin Feiyang. In terms of brains, everyone here admitted that they were no match for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them and smiled bitterly. Don't have too much hope for me. I really don't have any ideas right now. The three of them looked at each other. As you all know, benefits outweigh everything else. In the face of great benefits, no matter how deep the hatred is, it can be temporarily put down, just like me and Dong Xingyang. Qin Feiyang said. The three of them nodded. What Qin Feiyang was talking about was the phenomenon of this era. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. In a cruel place like the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, even if the blood between the two sides was as deep as the sea, it was still possible to become friends in the next moment. In the face of the current situation, all plans were in vain. Wolf King glanced at the four of them and shouted impatiently, do you need to worry about this and that? If you want me to say, just go ahead. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, White-Eyed Wolf is right. If you can win, then go ahead. If you can't, then run. It's not that complicated. Okay, then let's go. Dong Xingyang and the other two nodded, their eyes flashing with a sharp light. Let's split up and kill all the 9-star combat emperors in the two provinces first. If there's a chance, continue to kill the combat masters. If there's no chance, then come closer to me and be ready to enter the castle at any time. Qin Feiyang warned. At the mention of the castle, Dong Xingyang and the others were full of confidence. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 4 men and 1 wolf immediately split up and sneaked in different directions. The location of the 29-star combat emperors was still some distance away from Wuxia and the others. As long as they were quick, they could kill them all before Wuxia and the others arrived. Qin Feiyang went to the right side, where there were dense weeds along the way. 200 meters ahead, the 2 9-star combat emperors were in a killing frenzy. In addition, Qin Feiyang deliberately concealed his aura, so the two of them did not notice him at all. So, Qin Feiyang lurked near the 2 men, hiding in the bushes. At the same time, Wolf King, Dong Xingyang, Shenlong and Jianghu were already in place. Their eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang let out a loud shout and leaped out from the underbrush like lightning. Who's there? This shout immediately alarmed everyone. One by one, they all turned to look at Qin Feiyang. It's that pervert! The twin sisters suddenly exclaimed. Pervert? Is he Qin Feiyang? The people of Yuzhou were all bewildered. That's right. I'm the Qin Feiyang you're looking for. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and his aura suddenly erupted. How dare a mere 8-star combat emperor come out and cause trouble? You're courting death. The 9-star combat emperor from Yuzhou immediately abandoned the 9-star combat emperor from Kong province and turned to attack Qin Feiyang. Peeping at the 2 ladies bathing is an unforgivable crime. Surrender now and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. The 9-star combat emperor from Kong province also immediately attacked Qin Feiyang. Courting death? Surrender! I really don't understand. Who gave you the courage to say such words? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Boom. When he raised his arm, a terrifying invisible force surged out from the tip of his index finger and rushed toward the two men. Pumph. The two men snorted coldly and activated their battle arts at the same time. They were very confident in their strength, because in their understanding, there was an insurmountable gap between a 9-star combat emperor and an 8-star combat emperor. But the result was something they could not bear. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the invisible force crushed the two battle arts like a hot knife through butter and drowned the two of them. Screams suddenly resounded through the sky. The two men did not even have time to react before they were torn into pieces by the invisible force. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the soil red. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and attacked another battlefield. What a powerful combat strength! Seeing this scene, the pupils of the people from Yu province and the people who controlled it shrank. Even Wan Qiu's expression changed. At the same time, Wolf King, Dong Jingyang, Shenlong and Jianghu also appeared and killed the two 9-star combat emperors near them. Dong Jiang and the other two were 1-star combat masters. Their cultivation was stronger than Qin Feiyang's. Killing 9-star combat emperors was like child's play to them. Of course, the most violent one was Wolf King. He used the void escape step and each of his claws grabbed a rib. Wherever he went, no one could compete with him. Moreover, the two 9-star combat emperors who died under his hands had their heads split open. It was extremely bloody. After killing their targets, they did the same as Qin Feiyang. They didn't delay for a moment and charged towards another battlefield. In just a moment, 10 9-star combat emperors died tragically on the spot. The combat masters of the two provinces were caught off guard by this unforeseen event. In addition, Qin Feiyang's strength shocked them. When they came back to their senses, Wolf King, Qin Feiyang and the other two had already entered the next battlefield. Looking at the aggressive 4 men and 1 wolf, the remaining 10 9-star combat emperors, whether they were from Kong province or Yu province, had the first thought in their minds was to escape. However, Qin Feiyang, the other 3, and Wolf King came prepared. Moreover, whether it was in terms of speed or strength, they had an absolute advantage. They had no chance to escape. Accompanied by a series of shrill screams, the remaining 10 9-star combat emperors died one after another. All of this happened slowly, but the whole process took less than 3 breaths. A total of 29-star combat emperors from the two provinces were all killed. 4 men and 1 wolf each killed 4 9-star combat emperors. At this moment, Wan Qiu and the others had already come back to their senses, but it was too late. All they could see were the cold corpses. At the same time, Dong Jingyang and the other 2, along with Wolf King, moved closer to Qin Feiyang while sizing up Wan Qiu and the others. They wanted to see if there was a chance to kill 1 or 2 more combat masters. Suddenly, Wolf King's eyes locked onto a certain place. There were 2 young men in this place. One was from Yu province, the other was from Kong province. Both of them were combat masters. These 2 men were only 50 meters away from Wolf King, but they were more than 200 meters away from Wan Qiu and the others. It's them. Go. Wolf King roared and rushed towards the 2 men without hesitation. His character was like this. He would do what he said without any nonsense. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang, Dong Jingyang, Shenlong, and Jianghu also immediately turned in the air and rushed towards the 2 men. You killed them and still want to kill us? You're courting death. When the 2 1-star combat masters saw the 4 men and 1 wolf rushing towards them, they were immediately enraged and rushed towards them without dodging. At the same time, Wan Qiu, the twin sisters, Feng Hua and Feng Wuxia. In short, the combat masters of the 2 provinces moved out together, aiming at Qin Feiyang and the others. They all mastered superior auxiliary battle arts and were extremely fast. Especially Wan Qiu, who had mastered perfect auxiliary battle arts, it was as if he had crossed time and space. In the blink of an eye, he had closed half the distance. Not good. 3 2-star combat masters and 8 1-star combat masters. We can't beat such a lineup. It's better to retreat as soon as possible. That's right. We've already killed all the 9-star combat emperors. We can be considered to have avenged everyone. We can't kill 2 1-star combat masters. Dong Jingyang and the other 2 secretly transmitted their voices to Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Wolf King shouted, "Don't be afraid. Brother and little Qin Z are here. You just have to give it your all." "Alright, we'll go crazy with you." The 3 of them gritted their teeth and began to perform their battle arts. Fiend God Seal. White Tiger Art, Tiger out of the cage. Quicksand Art, Sandstorm. In the blink of an eye, 3 great battle arts appeared. Dong Jingyang's battle art was a palm-sized square seal that emitted a pitch-black light. It was as if a peerless demon had appeared in the world, emitting a gloomy and cold aura. Shenlong's battle art was a white tiger that was more than 300 meters long. It was like a mountain in the sky. Its ferocious aura was earth-shattering. Jianghu's battle art turned the surrounding soil and gravel into sand, forming a giant sandstorm. The wind whistled and released an astonishing destructive force. Kill! As soon as the 3 great battle arts were formed, Dong Jingyang and the other 2 shouted. Their long hair fluttered in the wind and their aura was overwhelming. Boom! Immediately. Chapter 592. Seeing this, the pupils of the 2 1-star combat grandmasters constricted and they were somewhat hesitant, because they could tell at a glance that Dong Jingyang and the other 2 were using superior battle arts. If they fought head-on, 2 against 3, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. But when they thought of Wan Qiu and the others who were rushing over to help, they were confident. Although the other party was a 1-star combat grandmaster, they were also 1-star combat grandmasters. In a battle of the same level, they would at most be injured. It was impossible to say that the battle arts of the 3 would kill them on the spot. And as long as they delayed for a while, when Wan Qiu and the others arrived, these people would undoubtedly die. Thinking of this, the 2 of them did not hesitate and began to use their battle arts, preparing to give it their all. Clang! However, at this moment, a deafening metallic sound reverberated between heaven and earth. A pitch-black chain, like a giant python, streaked across the sky and coiled around the 2 people before the 3 battle arts could reach them, binding them together. That's right. This was Dong Jingyang's fighting soul. Shenlong and Jianghu were overjoyed when they saw the fighting soul. Obviously, they also knew the power of this fighting soul. But the 2 1-star combat grandmasters showed a disdainful look. A mere iron chain wanted to bind them. It was simply a fool's dream. But immediately after, their faces changed color. Freeze! With a low shout from Dong Jingyang, the iron chain suddenly shone brightly and emitted an obscure aura. And the 2 of them were immediately frozen in the air as if they were frozen, unable to move at all. The 2 of them were scared silly. What kind of iron chain was this? How could it have such a terrifying ability? In the blink of an eye, the 3 battle arts arrived and slammed into the 2 people with overbearing momentum. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the 2 of them suddenly screamed. In just an instant, the 2 of them were dripping with blood. Damn it! Seeing this, Wan Qiu and the twin sisters' eyes turned cold. Boom! Almost at the same time, the 3 of them raised their arms and struck out with their palms. 3 terrifying waves of battle chi rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others like a tide. Retreat! Dong Jingyang shouted. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he looked at the 2 1-star battle ancestors. Although the 2 of them were struck by the 3 great battle arts, they didn't lose their lives and were still breathing. If he didn't completely end their lives, the 2 of them would be full of energy again very soon. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang hardened his heart and shouted, "White-eyed wolf!" Understood. Wolf King roared as he grabbed 2 ribs and rushed towards the 2 men. Lunatic! Dong Jingyang and the other 2 cursed loudly. Wan Qiu and the twin sisters had already made their moves. Anyone with a bit of rationality would have chosen to flee immediately. However, these 2 fellows actually made such a crazy move. One had to know that this was equivalent to gambling with their lives. You guys go to the castle first. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's voice entered the 3 people's ears. What? The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang wanted to fight against 3 two-star battle ancestors alone? Wasn't this nonsense? Absolutely not. Because in the current situation, Qin Feiyang was an indispensable key figure and must not have an accident here. However, without waiting for them to speak, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the three of them felt their bodies lighten. The next moment, they appeared in the castle. Bastard! There must be a limit to your nonsense. Isn't this courting death? Immediately, the three of them were so angry that they stomped their feet in the castle. At the same time, outside, Qin Feiyang turned to face Wuxia and the twin sisters, his face as calm as water. You guys were still fighting fiercely before. Why are you all united against a common enemy when you see me? I'm really puzzled. Where did I offend you guys? Is it because I'm too outstanding that you feel threatened? His tone was also very calm. But in the ears of Wuxia and the other two, it didn't sound like this. They all felt that Qin Feiyang was teasing them. Shuerhua said fiercely, "You damn pervert, I must dig out your eyeballs today." Sigh, I really didn't peek at you guys bathing. Why don't you believe me? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He raised his right hand and a bright golden light burst out like a torrent, colliding with the battle chi of Wuxia and the other two. Boom! At this moment, the earth trembled. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and his arm shattered on the spot. Even his body was cracking, and the bloody wounds were shocking. The 3 two-star combat grandmasters were too powerful. He had a feeling that if he didn't find a way to stop it, his body would definitely be torn apart. Fight. Without hesitation, he decisively activated the battle formula. His eyes and long hair instantly turned blood red. Endless fighting spirit shook the sky. The cracks on his body also stopped abruptly. Although they didn't heal, they didn't continue to crack. That was really dangerous. Qin Feiyang felt a lingering fear and raised his left hand again. Because the previous palm strike didn't reflect the battle chi of Wuxia and the other two. Boom! The golden light appeared again and turned into a bright waterfall that pounced on the battle chi. The two met again. Qin Feiyang's left hand was also shattered on the spot, flesh and blood flying everywhere. But this time, Wuxia and the other two's battle chi was finally reflected. Although this change was a bit sudden, Wuxia and the other two's reaction wasn't slow. They quickly used auxiliary techniques and quickly retreated to the side. Ah! It was also at this moment. 2 screams sounded like pigs being slaughtered. Wolf King waved his ribs and mercilessly smashed the heads of the 2 one-star combat grandmasters. They died tragically on the spot. I'm going to kill you. Wuxia and the other 2 were completely enraged. 10 9-star combat grandmasters and 1 1-star combat grandmaster. This kind of loss was simply a disaster for Serene State and Kong State. Kill us? I might as well tell you that this is just the beginning. Whoever dares to touch the people around me, Qin Feiyang, will pay a heavy price no matter who it is. Remember my words, the next game will be even more fun. Qin Feiyang grinned and took Wolf King directly to the ancient castle. Where is he? Wuxia and the others from Serene State were suddenly surprised. He disappeared into thin air just like last time, damn it. The twin sisters were furious. Last time? Wuxia looked at them suspiciously. Xuening said, not long ago, we fought with him, and he used this method to escape. Wuxia said, it seems that I underestimated him. Although this person is only an 8-star combat emperor, his temperament and methods are extremely powerful. He is likely to be our biggest enemy in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. I have a suggestion, let's form an alliance. At this moment, Feng He rushed over and said to Wuxia. The burly man from Serene State said, impossible, if it wasn't for your Kong State, how could Qin Feiyang have the chance to kill so many of us? If it wasn't for you, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have been able to kill so many people from Kong State. Feng Wuxia snorted coldly. Wuxia glanced at the 3 one-star battle ancestors on his side, then looked at Feng Wuxia and the others and said, we can form an alliance, but the benefits we obtain in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, we each want half. Of course. Feng He nodded and extended his hand with a smile, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Wan Qiu just glanced at him indifferently and then turned his head away. His expression was full of disdain for Feng Hua. Feng Hua resentfully retracted his arm, but he wasn't angry. He turned to Feng Wuxia and said in a deep voice, "Go and call Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. I feel that there is something fishy about this." The burly man from Serene State frowned. "Who are Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong?" Feng Hua said, "They are the kings of the inner palace of the spirit state. They were the ones who brought us here this time, and they were also the ones who instigated us to snatch the people of the spirit state." Heard of it? Wan Qiu's pupils shrank slightly. Could this be a conspiracy? A cold light flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the burly man and said, "You go too. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Understood. The burly man nodded his head heavily. Following that, Feng Wuxia and the burly man rushed towards the mountain ridge. All of this was clearly seen by Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, who were on top of the mountain. Murong Xiong retracted his gaze and looked at Dongfang Wuhan angrily. "This is your plan? Tell me, what should we do now?" "I also didn't expect things to turn out like this." Dongfang Wuhan sighed deeply and nodded. "This matter is indeed my fault. I neglected Shenlong and Jianghu, but I can't figure it out. When did they break through to the War Master? If Shenlong and Jianghu had not broken through to the War Master, then it would definitely be a different situation." Murong Xiong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The people of the Kong State and Yu State did not understand Shenlong and Jianghu, but they understood that it was absolutely impossible for them to break through to the War Master so quickly. This was because only a year had passed since the two of them broke through to the 9-star War Emperor. Suddenly, Dongfang Wuhan's eyes flashed, and he said, "I think it must be related to Qin Feiyang." "It has something to do with him?" Murong Xiong frowned. Dongfang Wuhan said, "Back then, when Qin Feiyang and Dong Qin fought in the Inner Palace, have you heard of it?" Murong Xiong said, "Of course I've heard of it. At that time, Qin Feiyang was only a war king, but for some reason, his cultivation suddenly began to soar." Dongfang Wuhan continued, "There's one more thing that I don't know if you've noticed, but anyone who has a good relationship with Qin Feiyang, their cultivation will suddenly increase by a large amount in a period of time." "Is there such a thing?" Murong Xiong frowned. In the past, when he was in the Inner Palace, he was basically in closed-door cultivation. As for the matters outside, as long as it wasn't a particularly big matter, he wouldn't ask about it, nor would he be interested in knowing. Although I'm also in closed-door cultivation, I've always had people inquire about Qin Feiyang. For example, Yan Nanshan, Lu Yun, Fan Jian, and Yin Yuanming. Especially Yin Yuanming, he was only a 5-star war emperor before, but ever since he met Qin Feiyang not long after, I heard that he had already stepped into the War Master. Dongfang Wuhan said. Murong Xiong was extremely bewildered. This was too strange. "I have a bold guess. Qin Feiyang must have some method, or some pill, that can raise someone's cultivation level in a short period of time." Dongfang Wuhan said in a low voice. Hearing this, Murong Xiong's eyes immediately lit up and asked, "Then, should we continue to follow the people from the Kong province, or should we go find Qin Feiyang and the others? It's no longer feasible to continue following the people from the Kong province. After all, they're not fools. They're probably already suspecting us. So we can only go find Qin Feiyang and the others. Firstly, our safety is guaranteed if we're with them. Secondly, we can also take the opportunity to investigate what method Qin Feiyang used to make Shenlong and Jianghu break through. Maybe, after we build a good relationship with him, he'll even help us improve our cultivation." Dongfang Wuhan laughed. "Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, brilliant." Murong Xiong gave a thumbs up and laughed sinisterly, but suddenly frowned and said, "We were still scheming against him before. Are you sure he'll accept us again? Only we know that we're scheming against him. He doesn't know. If we really find him, he might even thank us. After all, we've also contributed to killing so many people from the Kong province." Dongfang Wuhan said with a chuckle, as if everything was under his control. Murong Xiong nodded and laughed. "That's true. If we didn't bring the people from the Kong province here, it would be difficult for them to save Ren Wushuang and the others, let alone kill so many people. Let's go, Feng Wuxia and that big man should be coming for us, we can't let them catch us. After Dongfang Wuhan finished speaking, he turned around and jumped down, quickly disappearing into the jungle below. Chapter 593. In the castle. Although it was crowded at the moment, it was unusually quiet. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, full of disbelief. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even have time to run in the face of the situation just now. Dong Jingyang and the other two were the best examples. They didn't have the courage to fight at all. But this man and wolf didn't retreat at all and insisted on killing those two people. In the end, not only did they succeed in killing those two people, but they also escaped safely. Who in the world could compare with such amazing means and courage? It was no wonder that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King could have today's achievements. Wolf King glanced at the crowd and said proudly, "Do you think I'm very handsome now? You all want to be my little followers?" Some people were stunned. Some people shook their heads speechlessly. Wolf King chuckled and said, "If you want to, just say it. Don't hold it in. It's uncomfortable." Speaking of this, he changed the topic and said disdainfully, "But I don't want trash like you even if you want to pay." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately stared at him angrily. "What? Have you forgotten whose territory this is?" The Wolf King stood up like a human and swept his gaze over everyone in an overbearing manner. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. "Brother Wolf, don't be angry. Yes, you are so wise and handsome. It's too degrading to argue with small people like us. It's not that we don't want to be your little followers. We know ourselves well. We don't have the qualifications. Yes, we don't even deserve to carry your shoes." Someone went up and smiled flatteringly. "That's more like it." Wolf King laughed and was beaming with joy. He enjoyed the feeling of being complimented. Qin Feiyang at the side couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw this. Dong Jingyang looked at Wolf King with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's hands were shattered and his body was covered in blood, he frowned and said, "Are you okay?" "It's nothing serious." Qin Feiyang softly smiled and deactivated the battle character tactic. Immediately, he felt dizzy and his body wobbled. Previously, with the support of the battle character formula, he didn't feel anything. However, as soon as he stopped using the battle character art, he felt extremely weak. Seeing that he was about to fall, Wolf King hurriedly stepped forward and supported Qin Feiyang. He roared, "Fatso, quickly give me the pill." Fatso quivered and quickly took out the regeneration pill and healing pill. He stood up and stuffed them into Qin Feiyang's mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a majestic energy that surged towards Qin Feiyang's limbs and bones. Qin Feiyang immediately felt that his body was like a dry desert, crazily absorbing this energy. His condition was also gradually improving. He shook his head forcefully and looked at Fatso and Wolf King. "I'm fine now. You guys go and cultivate. Don't waste time." "Then be careful," Wolf King reminded. He turned into the size of a palm and landed on the altar. While cultivating, it was also convenient for him to monitor everyone. Qin Feiyang also sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly recovering from his injuries. Lu Xingchen walked up and sat next to Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, "Brother Qin, you guys are really awesome this time. Not only did you save us, but you also killed so many of them." Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at Lu Xingchen. He said lightly, "Then shouldn't you do something? After all, I'm your savior now." "Do something?" Lu Xingchen laughed and shook his head. "You owe me for now. Who knows, you might need my help one day." Qin Feiyang smiled. "If that day really comes, I just hope that Brother Lu won't take advantage of me. Am I that kind of person?" Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled. "People's hearts are in their stomachs. Who knows?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. His words were somewhat meaningful. Lu Xingchen nodded. "That's true. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future." The two of them fell silent. One of them cultivated, while the other recuperated. But Dong Jiang and the others looked at the two of them suspiciously. Why did this conversation sound so awkward? Was there something between the two of them that no one knew? However, everyone was tactful enough to not ask. A moment later, suddenly, a surprised voice sounded from outside. Why are you guys the only ones back? Where Dongfeng Wuhan and Murong Xiong? It was Feng Hua's voice. They're gone. Feng Wuxia's voice sounded with a bone-chilling coldness. It seems that it really is a conspiracy. A mere spiritual state played you guys like a fool. Your Kong state is really a joke. It was Wan Qiu's voice, full of mockery. Feng Wuxia snorted. We were indeed too careless in this matter, but your Yuzhou state is no better. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen through their conspiracy until now. Wan Qiu said expressionlessly, I don't talk to brainless people. Who are you talking about? Feng Wuxia raised his eyebrows and said coldly, do you want to fight again? Enough, stop arguing. Feng Hua shouted at this time, looking quite angry. But it was not directed at Feng Wuxia, nor at Wan Qiu. It was because they were schemed against by Dongfeng Wuhan and felt very uncomfortable. Feng Hua said, although we were schemed against this time, we still have chips in our hands. Chips? Feng Wuxia and the others were stunned. At the same time, Qin Feiyang in the castle also had a trace of doubt in his eyes. Dong Jinyang and the others also frowned. What chips did these people have? Our chips are Ren Wushuang. Wan Qiu, you may not know, but this Ren Wushuang is the granddaughter of the spiritual state mansion's mansion lord. As long as we hold her firmly in our hands, Qin Feiyang will come to us sooner or later. Feng Hua said. The mansion lord's granddaughter? Wan Qiu was slightly taken aback and nodded. This is really an unexpected surprise. Let's go and find them, they should be nearby. So the group turned around and looked in the direction of the small valley. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. So this was the chip that Feng Hua was talking about. When they find that valley and see the situation there, their expressions will be very interesting. Shen Long smiled slyly. Jiang Wei said, how about we go out and take a look? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. After coming to this castle, they couldn't leave as they wanted. Only Qin Feiyang could send them out. Don't go and join in the fun. Although we won a great victory this time, the Kong state still has 2 2-star battle sect and 3 1-star battle sect. The Yu state also has 1 2-star battle sect and 3 1-star battle sect. And the Cloud state. Mo Wuxian and Yen Tianfeng are both veteran battle sect masters and can break through to 2-star battle sect at any time. As for Lu Yunfeng and Pei Sancher, although they have just broken through to 1-star battle sect, their strength cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that the people of these 3 states all have irreconcilable enmity with us. Our current situation can be said to be besieged on all sides. It is extremely bad. Therefore, time is very important to us. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone's faces were also filled with worry. Qin Feiyang continued, of course, it's not like we don't have a chance of winning. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. In this situation, they really couldn't find any hope of winning. But why did Qin Feiyang dare to say such a thing? Qin Feiyang said, I don't want to say much, but I can tell you with certainty that the final victory will definitely belong to us, the spirit state. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. But gradually, the flames of hope burned in their hearts. They would doubt the words of others, but the words that came out of Qin Feiyang's mouth seemed to carry a magical power that made people involuntarily believe it. Qin Feiyang, if I don't kill you, I, Wan Qiu, swear that I am not human. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from outside. Obviously, Wan Qiu and the others had already found the canyon. Ren Wushuang frowned and sighed. It seems that the enmity between us and the Yu state is already irreconcilable. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, it doesn't matter, sooner or later, either you die or I die. Ren Wushuang said, then what do you think we should do next? What we need to do now is to hide our strength and bide our time. Although this way, we will fall behind the other 8 states, but there is also an advantage. The people of the Cloud state, Kong state, and Yu state have appeared one after another, which means that the people of the other states may have also entered the death swamp. At that time, as long as they meet, a battle will be unavoidable. Qin Feiyang said. You want them to fight first, and then we go out and take advantage of them? Dong Xingyang asked. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and sneered. As long as you want to go to the imperial capital, no one will be able to escape unscathed. In fact, his real purpose was to wait for Wolf King. As long as Wolf King broke through to the War Master realm, even Wan Qiu, who had mastered perfect auxiliary battle arts, was nothing to worry about. Ren Wushuang pondered for a moment and said, All right, we'll listen to you. Let's hide our strength and bide our time. Everyone was preparing to go into seclusion, but at this moment, a familiar voice sounded from outside. Qin Feiyang, are you there? It was Dongfang Wuhan. Dongfang Wuhan had some understanding of the ancient castle, so after Wan Qiu and the others left, he brought Murong Xiong to the place where Qin Feiyang had disappeared. What is he doing here? Dong Zhengyang immediately frowned. Shen Long and Jiang Wei also had looks of disgust. Even Wu Yen and Su Yang had faces full of anger. Someone sneered, I think they must have run back to us because they have nowhere else to go. Senior brother Qin, back then they heartlessly abandoned us and killed so many of our people. Now we don't care about their lives and let them fend for themselves outside. Another person followed. Jiang Wei and Shun Long both nodded in agreement. Because they all knew Dongfang Wuhan's ambitions, they definitely could not let these two get close to everyone. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No, I think we can let them in. What? Are you stupid? Shen Long and Jiang Wei looked at him in disbelief. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said to the two of them, I'll go out and meet them first. You guys tell everyone about their conversation on the mountain so that everyone can be mentally prepared. What conversation? Ren Wushuang and the others were suspicious. Shen Long smiled coldly and said, The people from the Kong region were brought here by them. Their plan is also very good. They want to take advantage of the situation and kill us all. Shen Long and Jiang Wei took turns to narrate the story to everyone. At the same time. Chapter 594. As soon as he appeared, Qin Feiyang saw Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. But seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Murong Xiong's eyes flashed with a cold light. This abnormality happened to be noticed by Dongfang Wuhan, and he immediately raised his eyebrows without a trace. No matter how dissatisfied you are in your heart, you have to hold it in now. After secretly transmitting a message to Murong Xiong, Dongfang Wuhan turned to look at Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands and smiled. Junior brother Qin, congratulations. Congratulations? Qin Feiyang pretended to be puzzled. Dongfang Wuhan laughed. You killed so many people from Kong province and Yuzhou, isn't it worthy of congratulations? So that's how it is, we were just lucky. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Of course, this time you guys contributed the most. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have such a big harvest. Junior brother Qin, we are ashamed to say that. It was you guys who really did it, we just moved our lips, we really don't dare to covet this credit. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand and said with shame. You can do such an amazing feat just by moving your lips. You two are really the pillars of our spiritual state. If it weren't for your help, it would be more difficult for us to reach the other side than to reach the sky. Qin Feiyang sighed, his eyebrows full of worry. Heard about it. Dongfang Wuhan's eyes flashed with a smile, and he secretly transmitted a message to Murong Xiong. What did I say? He will definitely be grateful to us. Murong Xiong secretly mocked, Humph, I thought he was smart, but it turns out he is just an idiot. It's not that he's an idiot, it's that we are too smart. Also, I don't know if you heard it, but he just hinted that he hopes we can return and continue to lead them. Dongfang Wuhan smiled and transmitted a message. I'm not a fool, of course I can hear it. But I was thinking, since he begged us to come back, then we must put on airs. Only in this way can we show our identity, status, and importance. Murong Xiong transmitted a message. No. Don't you know what kind of person Qin Feiyang is? Arrogant and prideful. If we put on airs now, I'm afraid we'll end up making a fool of ourselves. In my opinion, why don't we give him a way out? Dongfang Wuhan secretly said. Murong Xiong thought for a moment and sent a voice transmission. All right, I won't interrupt. You do as you see fit. Dongfang Wuhan secretly agreed, and then a trace of disappointment and frustration crawled up his face. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Junior brother Qin, to be honest, we also want to come back and help everyone, but I know that we have made an irreparable mistake and we don't have the face to face everyone. What a hypocrite. Qin Feiyang secretly despised him and asked, Senior brother Wuhan, are you talking about the last time you escaped alone? Dongfang Wuhan nodded and lamented, Murong Xiong and I are very regretful right now, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Even if there is medicine for regret, I can't forgive myself. Murong Xiong interjected. Looking at the regretful appearance of the two, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but secretly laugh. If he hadn't heard the conversation between Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong with his own ears, he would have really believed their nonsense. But now, even if they said a lot of things, he wouldn't believe them. However, since he was going to act, he naturally had to accompany the two of them to finish this play. Actually, you two senior brothers don't have to blame yourselves. Because in that situation, if it were me, I would have done the same. After all, it's every man for himself. And regarding this matter, I have also discussed it with everyone, and everyone has said that they have forgiven you two senior brothers. If you two senior brothers don't mind us for being troublesome, please come back and continue to help everyone. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, his expression full of pleading. Has everyone really forgiven us? Dongfang Wuhan pretended to be very surprised and pleasantly surprised. Every word is true. They are now in my castle. If you two senior brothers don't mind, you might as well follow me in and ask everyone personally. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The two looked at each other as if it was difficult for them to make a decision. But in their hearts, they were already overjoyed. Originally, they thought that it would take a lot of effort to enter the castle, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. Wasn't this a pie in the sky? The two of them were undoubtedly even more proud. It seemed that in Qin Feiyang's heart, they were really important. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he cupped his hands and said, Senior brothers, you don't have to rush to make a decision. You can think about it for as long as you want, but I really hope that you can come back. No. Dongfang Wuhan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Junior brother Qin, don't misunderstand. We really want to go to the castle and apologize to everyone in person, but what's there to but? Isn't there a saying that goes like this? The past is like smoke, let bygones be bygones, and live well in the present. Qin Feiyang said. As if waking up from a dream, Dongfang Wuhan said, Junior brother Qin, your words are simply enlightening. I was too stubborn before. Okay, let's go to the castle. That's right. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and looked very excited. With a wave of his hand, he appeared in the castle with the two of them. Ren Wushuang and the others in the castle not only learned about the ambitions of Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan, but also heard all the conversations between the two of them and Qin Feiyang. Therefore, when they saw the two of them come in, their expressions were a little unfriendly. But under Dong Xingyang's secret signal, everyone concealed the unfriendliness in the blink of an eye. In fact, Dong Xingyang also didn't know what Qin Feiyang's purpose was. But he believed that Qin Feiyang must have his own plans, so he asked everyone to cooperate with him. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan looked at the castle, their hearts full of greed. This was the mysterious castle. If this castle was theirs, they were confident that their current achievements would not be lower than Qin Feiyang's. Jealousy, envy, and hatred occupied their hearts for a moment. All of this was seen by Qin Feiyang. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. With such a temperament, they still wanted to play tricks. It was really ridiculous. He coughed dryly and said with a smile, Two senior brothers, don't you have something to say to everyone? Yes. The two of them quivered and quickly concealed their greed. Dongfang Wuhan glanced at Ren Wushuang and the others, and his face was full of apology. He bowed and said, Everyone, I'm sorry. I don't expect you to forgive our mistakes. I only hope that you can let us continue to fight with you. I'm sorry. Murong Xiong also bent down and lowered his head, his face full of regret. Ren Wushuang and the others looked at the two of them with disgust, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, who was standing beside Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan. Qin Feiyang nodded without a trace. Dong Xingyang said, "Since you already know your mistakes, we naturally won't say anything more." Ren Wushuang nodded and said, "Yes, after all, we are all people of the spiritual state, and there is also an unerasable friendship between us. Let bygones be bygones. In the future, we will be united, advance and retreat together, and strive to reach the other side and enter the imperial capital. We will let the people of the other 8 states know that our spiritual state is not to be trifled with." Shenlong said, his words sonorous and powerful. Junior brother Shenlong is right. I, Dongfang Wuhan, hereby swear that if I can't lead everyone to the other side in the future, I will apologize with my death. Dongfang Wuhan said. But everyone couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Qin Feiyang said hesitantly, "Senior brother Wuhan, there is something I haven't had time to tell you." Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, "Just say it." At that time, after you left, everyone was a little out of their wits. Dong Xingyang and I saw that the situation was not right, and after some discussion, we let Ren Wushuang be the captain. Qin Feiyang said. The smile on Dongfang Wuhan's face suddenly froze. Ren Wushuang smiled and said, "In fact, as long as it is for the good of everyone, it doesn't matter who is the captain. If you want it, I will return it to you now." Although he didn't say it clearly, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they could understand. At that time, you abandoned everyone and escaped alone. Now, you have no face to be the captain. With Dongfang Wuhan's brain, he naturally understood. But at this time, he couldn't turn hostile and could only pretend that he didn't understand. "It's okay, I can understand. I also know that I am no longer qualified. And whether it is for public or private reasons, Wushuang is the most suitable person. You can rest assured that in the future, I will definitely do my best to assist Wushuang without any selfish motives." Dongfang Wuhan said solemnly. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother Wuhan is truly righteous." With the addition of senior brother Wuhan and senior brother Murong, the people standing on the other side in the end will definitely be us. Wu Yan and Su Yang laughed. The others were also full of smiles. But there was one person who never said a word. Even when Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Chen came in, they didn't even open their eyes to look. This person was Shen Mei. After entering the castle, she took the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. At this time, the effect of the pill had completely taken effect. Boom! All of a sudden, her aura exploded and soared crazily. In just an instant, she stepped into the 7-star War Emperor. At this moment, everyone looked at her. But their expressions were different. For example, Shenlong clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with excitement. Jiang Wei and Dong Xingyang were also quite excited because they knew that a war master would soon be born. But those who didn't know had a look of surprise. As the granddaughter of old Master Shen, Shen Mei was naturally the focus of attention in the inner hall. Therefore, everyone present knew that Shen Mei had just broken through a small realm not long before the start of the 9 regions battle. In such a short time, she actually broke through again? But what shocked them was just the beginning. In less than 3 breaths. Boom! Shen Mei's aura soared again, and she broke through to the 8-star War Emperor. Continuous breakthrough? Everyone was dumbfounded. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong looked at each other, their eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Boom! Not long after, Shen Mei's cultivation had another breakthrough. 9-star War Emperor. This time, not to mention Wu Yan and the others, even Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong felt like they were dreaming. Breaking through 3 small realms in a row, what kind of joke was this? Suddenly, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. In the past, Qin Feiyang and Dong Qing fought in the Sacred Hall. Not only Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong knew about it, everyone else also knew. At that time, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had broken through several realms in a row. Could it be that Shen Mei's continuous breakthroughs were also related to Qin Feiyang? Otherwise, what other explanation was there? Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, "Junior brother Qin, you are really amazing. I wonder if you can tell me what method you used to make her break through continuously?" Hearing Dongfang Wuhan's words, Many people's eyes became incomparably fiery. Qin Feiyang scanned the audience and shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Everyone was stunned, and their eyes were filled with disappointment. However, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong did not believe Qin Feiyang's words and silently calculated in their hearts. After breaking through to the 9-star War Emperor, Shen Mei's aura was still rising. Could it be that she's going to step into the War Master just like that? Everyone stared at Shen Mei, their eyes burning. But just as Shen Mei's aura reached the limit of the 9-star War Emperor and was about to break through to the War Master, it suddenly stopped. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and then they all heaved a sigh of relief. If she stepped into the War Master just like that, then the War Master would be too worthless. Shenlong asked with concern, "Little sister, how do you feel?" Shen Mei opened her eyes and said with a smile, "I have already broken through the shackles. In less than an hour, I will definitely be able to break through to the War Master." Good. Shenlong was overjoyed, and a trace of gratitude could not help but appear in his eyes. This was his gratitude to Qin Feiyang. Shen Mei was the same. However, they did not say it out loud and hid it in their hearts. Hearing Shen Mei's words, those who had just heaved a sigh of relief felt a storm in their hearts. "Shen Mei, are you sure you're not joking?" Wu Yen swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty. "Whether I'm joking or not, we'll know soon enough." Shen Mei glanced at Wu Yen indifferently, then closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. Wu Yen immediately wailed, "Oh my God! What did this woman do?" Su Yang and the others also cried out that the heavens were unfair. Shenlong swept his gaze across the noisy crowd and shouted, "All of you, shut up. If anyone dares to disturb Xiaomei's cultivation, then don't blame me for being ruthless." In an instant, the ancient castle fell into a deathly silence. But Qin Feiyang's face revealed a trace of a smile. Being so concerned about Shen Mei, it seemed that the resentment in Shenlong's heart had completely dissipated. He turned his head to look at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, and said with a smile, "Two senior brothers, shall we go out for a stroll?" "Sure." The two looked at each other, and then nodded to Qin Feiyang. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang appeared outside with the two of them, and then walked straight towards the small canyon. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong followed beside him. After walking for a while, Dongfang Wuhan asked in confusion, "Junior brother Qin, where are we going?" Qin Feiyang said, "To find Feng Wuxia and the others." What? Their eyes froze. There was no doubt that the people of the Yuzhou and the Kong continent had already gone crazy. To actually provoke them, this guy was absolutely crazy. "Don't be so nervous, I'm just going to see if there's a chance. If there's a chance, then kill a few more. If there's no chance, then go to the ancient castle to cultivate in seclusion." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. He said it lightly, but Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong wished they could immediately turn around and slip away. Chapter 595. A moment later, Qin Feiyang climbed to the top of the mountain on the left side of the canyon with ease. Looking down, he immediately frowned. Wan Qiu, Feng Hua, and the others were all in the canyon. Moreover, they were still recuperating with their eyes closed. However, the distance between them was very close, and no one was alone. Dongfang Wuhan stood behind Qin Feiyang. He stuck his head out and frowned. "I'm afraid there's no chance." However, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This way, they wouldn't have to fight with the people from the two continents. However, Qin Feiyang remained silent. This made Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan nervous. They were deeply afraid that Qin Feiyang would be impulsive and continue running like this. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Dong Xingyang, Shenlong, and Jianghu appeared one after another. Then Qin Feiyang said, "All of you, help me take a look, is there a chance?" The three of them looked down and frowned. Dong Xingyang said, "There is definitely a chance, but it will take a risk." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "Continue." "From the looks of the current situation, we definitely don't have a chance, but we can create one. Let's first have someone act as bait and lure away a portion of them. The rest will naturally be easy to deal with. After all, our strength isn't weak either. But the risk is the other party's 2-star war sect, Because we don't have anyone here who can fight against a 2-star war sect. To be honest, I don't support this. Dong Xingyang said. Shenlong said, Qin Feiyang, back then, when you were in the Cloud region, how did you kill that 2-star war sect commander? Qin Feiyang said, it was unexpected. In other words, you don't have the confidence either. If that's the case, then it's too risky. I think we should just forget about it. Shenlong advised. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It wasn't that he wasn't confident. On the contrary, he had full confidence that he could capture both the secluded region and the Kong region in one fell swoop. His confidence came from those 5 ribs. The power of the rib bone was beyond imagination. Those who possessed it were almost invincible in the same realm. If it was in the hands of Dong Xingyang and the others, killing the 1-star battle sect of the 2 great provinces would definitely be as easy as cutting vegetables. Even Wan Qiu and the twins were probably no match for them. However, Qin Feiyang had to be on guard. What if Dong Xingyang and the others did not return it to him after obtaining it? If it was Fatso and the others, he would naturally trust them unconditionally. However, Dong Xingyang and the others were not easy to deal with. When that time came, he could only watch helplessly. Because of the rib bone in his hand, he was no match for these people with his meager strength. Therefore, after much consideration, Qin Feiyang gave up on this idea. Letting out a long sigh, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you and let them live a little longer. Finished. He brought them into the castle and went into seclusion to cultivate, waiting for Wolf King to come out of seclusion. As long as Wolf King came out of seclusion, all hidden dangers would no longer exist. 3 days later, Wan Qiu and the others also opened their eyes. They did not continue to stay and rushed towards the depths of the Death Swamp. Somewhere in the southern part of the Death Swamp, a group of young people in white walked into the forest. There were a total of more than 20 people. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful, but their bodies were covered in dirt and looked a little embarrassed. Save me. Suddenly, a person who was scouting ahead stepped on a pile of dead leaves and his whole body immediately sank into the ground. He stretched out his hand and called for help in horror. The leader was a young man with long sky-blue hair like a waterfall. His eyes were even more like the blue sea, giving people an unfathomable feeling. This person's appearance was also extremely good-looking. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a tall figure. He wore a white robe and a fiery red jade pendant at his waist. He exuded an outstanding aura from head to toe. Hearing that person's call for help, this person swooped down and rushed forward like lightning. He reached out and grabbed that person's arm, quickly pulling that person out. And that person's body was now covered in mud. Looking at the place where he had sunk, it was a quagmire. After escaping, that person patted his chest with lingering fear and looked at the young man, saying, "Thank you, Senior Brother Ling." The young man called Senior Brother Ling waved his hand and smiled. "It's okay, be careful next time." That person nodded and went around the quagmire, continuing to scout ahead. Senior Brother Ling turned to look at the people behind him and said, "Everyone, we are already deep in the Death Swamp. Danger can exist anywhere, and swamps can be seen everywhere. We must be careful at every step." Someone immediately said, "As long as Senior Brother Ling is here, we are not afraid of any danger." The others also looked at Senior Brother Ling with admiration. Senior Brother Ling smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's continue." But everyone responded loudly and followed behind the person who was scouting ahead in an orderly manner. A young woman in a white dress walked to Senior Brother Ling's side and stopped. She asked, "Do you think they will come?" This woman's appearance was average, but her temperament was outstanding. Standing in the crowd, she was like a crane in a flock of chickens. No one could ignore her. She also had a fiery red jade pendant on her waist. "Definitely." Senior Brother Ling nodded. The woman said faintly, "After being separated for so many years, I really hope to see them soon." "Don't worry, we will see them soon," Senior Brother Ling said. He looked up at the blood-red sky, as if he was thinking of something good, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. At the same time, on a mountain peak in the north of the Death Swamp, 2 young women stood at the edge of a cliff. A light breeze blew past, blowing their long hair and clothes. These two women also looked average, but at this moment, they looked like two fairies who were about to fly away with the wind, making people involuntarily mesmerized. Moreover, they also had jade pendants on their waists, but the difference was that these two jade pendants were milky white. The woman on the left said, "Time really flies." The woman on the right nodded and said, "Yes, a few years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder if they will recognize us when they meet us this time? They definitely won't recognize us. After all, we have changed our appearances. Actually, I really don't understand why the old man won't let us show our true faces." The woman on the left frowned slightly. The woman on the right shook her head and said with a smile, "The old man's thoughts are too hard to guess. We just have to do as he says." Then, should we go directly into the depths of the death swamp or look for them? The death swamp is so big. Looking for one person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't worry, I believe that we will meet soon. The two women's conversation was very soft, but there was an indescribable emotion in it. At the foot of the mountain, there were more than 10 young men and women. They were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed, and their auras were very strong. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the ancient castle. Everyone was awakened and looked at the source of the aura, including Qin Feiyang. However, the expression on his face was as different as heaven and earth. The other's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, looked rather excited, because that aura came from Wolf King, and its aura was approaching the War Master at an extremely fast speed. In other words, at this moment, it had already reached the juncture of a breakthrough. And Wolf King's breakthrough not only meant that he had the capital to roam the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, it also meant that there was finally a War Master in this small team. Dozens of breaths passed. Wolf King's aura had already reached the critical point of the 9-star War Emperor. He was only a small step away from stepping into the War Master. But at this moment, the skyrocketing aura suddenly stopped. Immediately, Qin Feiyang frowned, his heart filled with confusion. Wolf King withdrew his aura and also opened his eyes. "What's going on? Could it be that you've encountered some difficulty?" Qin Feiyang asked nervously. "We've encountered a very difficult problem." Wolf King nodded and said very seriously. Hearing that, Qin Feiyang's nerves immediately tensed up. Wolf King flashed and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, muttering a few words into Qin Feiyang's ear. Qin Feiyang was startled, then his face darkened, and he fiercely knocked on Wolf King's head. Wolf King rubbed his head and said angrily, "Big brother didn't lie to you, why did you hit me?" "You didn't lie to me, but is this problem as difficult as you said? What nonsense." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, walked to the front of the altar, bit his finger, opened the iron box, and then grabbed the universe bag inside, and took out a potential pill. That's right. Wolf King stopped breaking through because he did not open the 5th stage of the potential gate. At the same time, Wu Yen and the others behind him were all staring at the iron box. They had noticed this iron box a long time ago, but Qin Feiyang had never opened it, so they did not know what was inside. At this moment, seeing that this iron box could only be opened with Qin Feiyang's blood, they immediately felt incredulous. Especially Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, their hearts were filled with greed. Without a doubt, there must be some kind of treasure in this iron box. Maybe the secret that allowed Shen Mei to break through continuously was hidden in this iron box. Clang. At this time, Qin Feiyang closed the iron box, turned around and glanced at the crowd, his gaze lingering on Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's faces. Although the two of them hid it well, he still caught a trace of it. Humph! He secretly snorted, walked in front of Shen Mei, and said in a low voice, "Do me a favor." What? Shen Mei looked at him suspiciously. Half a month had passed, and Shen Mei had already broken through to War Master, becoming another great king of the spiritual state. In his heart, he was also grateful to Qin Feiyang. "Let's talk about it when we get out." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Shen Mei and Wolf King to the peak of the mountain on the left side of the canyon. Then he whispered a few words into Shen Mei's ear. Immediately, Shen Mei looked at Wolf King enviously. The gate of potential. This was something that countless people dreamed of, and it was even more unrealistic. But Wolf King had already opened the 4th level of the gate of potential, and now he was going to open the 5th level? It would be a lie to say that she wasn't jealous. However, she was already very satisfied. If not for Qin Feiyang's help, who knew how long it would take to step into the War Master. Therefore, she didn't have any extravagant hopes for the gate of potential. With the help of Shen Mei's pressure, Wolf King smoothly opened the 5th level of the gate of potential. The potential imprint between his eyebrows also turned light blue. Following that, Wolf King let out a low shout. His aura suddenly erupted, shaking the earth for several miles, and his cultivation soared straight to 1-star War Master. Its body grew even larger, reaching a full 30 meters. Its fur was like silk, shining with a dazzling light. His huge eyes were like the stars. At this moment, it had transformed into a peerless beast, its ferocious might spreading in all directions. What a powerful ferocious might! In a dense forest in the northwest direction, more than 50 young men and women gathered on top of a mountain. Looking in the direction of Qin Feiyang and the others, their eyes were filled with shock. The strength of this ferocious might is comparable to that of a war master. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful beast in the Death Swamp. Looks like we have to be more careful in the future. A few people were discussing in low voices. Come, let's go over and take a look. A slightly gloomy voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke stood at the head of the crowd. His body was thin, and he had a hooked nose. His eyes were like a pair of eagle eyes, and his gaze was rather sharp. Heard of it? A burly man hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Tan Wu, you can't." Tan Wu raised his eyebrows and said, "Reason?" The burly man said solemnly, "Without a doubt, that beast has the strength of a war master. If we attract its attention, there will definitely be endless trouble, so it's best not to provoke it. What you said is nothing to worry about. Moreover, even if it has the strength of a 2-star war master, I have the ability to subdue it." Tan Wu said confidently. "Subdue?" The burly man was stunned. "That's right. Although our overall strength is strong, the other 8 provinces can't be underestimated either, so I want to subdue it. This way, our strength will increase by a large amount." Tan Wu sneered. The burly man thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Don't say, this idea is not bad, but what if we can't subdue it? Just kill it directly." Tan Wu smiled coldly, then jumped down and entered the forest, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Hurry up and follow." The burly man waved his hand and led the others to quickly chase after him. At the same time, Wolf King raised his head and roared, venting the excitement in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Little Qin Zi, are you envious of me?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Then tell me, why should I be envious of you?" Wolf King said proudly, "Because I stepped into the War Master 1 step earlier than you, and I will protect you in the future." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and turn small. Go to the castle and discuss with them, and then set off for the depths of the Death Swamp." But at this moment, a surprised voice sounded. "There's someone else who came before me?" Tan Wu climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei suspiciously. The 2 men and 1 wolf turned their heads to look and immediately raised their brows. There was a word embroidered on Tan Wu's chest, crane. This meant that this person was from the He province. At the same time, Tan Wu also looked at the word on Qin Feiyang's chest and said in realization, "So it's people from the spiritual state, but why is it only the 2 of you? Are they all dead?" A trace of anger immediately crawled up Shen Mei's face and said, "What did you say? It seems that your ears are not good. Listen carefully, I am the captain of the He province. You can call me Tan Wu by my name, but I advise you to respectfully call me Lord Tan Wu." Lord Tan Wu? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? He said, "What if I say no?" "It doesn't matter. However, this wolf cub is my prey. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Tan Wu said overbearingly. Pray? Chapter 596. Wolf King's eyes flickered with a fierce glint as he said, Say it again, who's the prey? You can speak? Tan Wu was stunned for a moment before nodding and saying, That's good, it's convenient to communicate. From now on, you'll follow me, and I'll guarantee you peace for the rest of your life. Follow you? Wolf King looked at Tan Wu strangely. Was there really something wrong with this person's idiocy? He grinned and said, Sure. Tan Wu laughed loudly and said, Straightforward, I like your personality. The corner of Wolf King's mouth twitched, and he held back his laughter as he asked, And then? Is there a need to ask? Of course it's to kill those 2 people behind you with me. Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Kill them? Wolf King turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei with a thought-provoking gaze. Shen Mei's heart turned cold, and she asked Qin Feiyang rather nervously through voice transmission, Wolf King will be fine, right? If Wolf King really betrayed them, it would be one disaster after another for spiritual state. What problem can there be? Qin Feiyang shook his head and could not help but laugh. In this world, anyone could betray him, but the Wolf King wouldn't. Wolf King suddenly turned his head and looked at Tan Wu, saying, Can't you tell that I'm in cahoots with them? In cahoots? Tan Wu immediately frowned. Wolf King shook his head and said mockingly, Looks like your brain really doesn't work well. So what if we're in cahoots? Tan Wu snorted coldly and said, A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. They're not even as strong as you, what qualifications do they have to make you follow? Only by choosing me will your future be bright. Wolf King pondered for a moment and nodded. What you said makes sense. How about this, I just happen to be lacking a human pet. Why don't you follow me? Not only will I guarantee you a lifetime of glory, but I will also give you a great fortune. Tan Wu was still very happy at first. But when he heard the latter half of the sentence, his expression immediately darkened. After Wolf King finished speaking, he said, I gave you face, but you don't want it? Fuck. Who's the shameless one? You think you're qualified for me to follow you? Wolf King sneered. Audacious. To dare speak to 5th senior brother Tan like this, are you courting death? Kneel down and apologize, and I'll leave your corpse intact. At this moment, the burly man and the others climbed to the top of the mountain. As soon as they heard Wolf King's words, they angrily rebuked. So many people? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, Shen Mei, what's their cultivation level? Shen Mei hurriedly scanned and sent a sound transmission, 4 1-star war sect, 8 9-star war emperor, and the rest are between 4-star and 7-star war emperor. However, I can't see through Tan Wu's cultivation level, so he should be a 2-star war sect. This lineup is also stronger than ours. Qin Feiyang sighed. It seemed that the spirit state was at the bottom of the 9 great provinces. Because until now, the spirit state didn't have a single 2-star war sect overseeing it. Shen Mei felt the same way. At the same time, Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King in ridicule. But suddenly, he turned his head and glared fiercely at the burly man and the others, saying, Why are you all so fierce? What if you scare them? Yes. It's all our fault. Senior brother Tan Wu, please don't be angry. The burly man and the others nodded repeatedly, but their eyes were filled with playfulness. Tan Wu said, I didn't say that you guys were wrong, I just wanted to say that we have to keep a low profile, understand? I know. Keeping a low profile is simple. The burly man and the others laughed. You're worth teaching. Tan Wu nodded with a gratified smile, then turned to look at Wolf King and said with a smile, Don't listen to them, as long as you kneel down and apologize, I will still consider letting you follow me. Wolf King turned into the size of a palm and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He looked down at Tan Wu and said disdainfully, If you kneel down and apologize, I will also consider letting you continue to be my human pet. Do you really want to die? Tan Wu's gaze darkened. Ha! Wolf King laughed out loud, his gaze suddenly turned cold and said, I think the one who wants to die is you, is a 2-star war sect very awesome. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Tan Wu's body trembled, and a terrifying aura surged out. At this moment, he was like a wild beast that chose people to eat, causing people to tremble in fear. Shen Mei's gaze trembled and said in a low voice, as expected of a two-star war sect, "Wolf King, are you confident?" Wolf King said in dissatisfaction, "Little girl Shen, how can you ask such a stupid question? Puma, I am a valiant, divine and invincible divine wolf. Do you understand?" Shen Mei's face twitched, and then she wisely remained silent, in case Wolf King called her an idiot again. At the same time, Wolf King looked at Tan Wu in an overbearing manner and said, "Don't waste my time, bring your motley crew and attack together." "A motley crew? You actually dare to look down on us?" The burly man and the others were furious. "There's no need for senior brother Tan Wu to take action to deal with you three little dregs. I alone am enough to make you kowtow and beg for mercy." A skinny young man walked out from the crowd. He swept his gaze across Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, his eyes filled with contempt. "Even more arrogant than me? Then I'd like to see if you really have the ability." Wolf King grinned, revealing his dense fangs. "Then open your eyes wide for me." The skinny young man shouted angrily, his aura exploding as he rushed towards the two men and the wolf. "One-star war sect?" A hint of astonishment appeared in Wolf King's eyes, and then he said, "No wonder you dare to jump like this, so you have some strength. Unfortunately, you met me, so you're destined to die." With a leap, it landed on the ground and used the void escape steps to welcome the skinny young man. Shen Mei looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, this is its first battle after breaking through to the War Master. Its self-esteem will not allow it to lose." Shen Mei nodded suspiciously and continued to pay attention to Wolf King. She, who hadn't interacted much with Wolf King, was only limited to rumors about Wolf King's methods and strength. She had rarely seen it with her own eyes, and she didn't know anything about the people of He Province, so she couldn't help but be a little worried. "But, can you do it?" Finally, when the man and wolf met, it was like a meteor had collided, and a destructive wave of air suddenly appeared and pounced out in all directions with the force of toppling mountains and overturning seas. The mountain peak beneath his feet instantly collapsed. Following closely, the entire canyon was razed to the ground, and dust covered the sky and covered the sun. With a wave of Shen Mei's jade-like hand, battle chi surged and condensed into a battle chi barrier. She brought Qin Feiyang and retreated into the distance. At the same time, Tan Wu also protected all the people of He Province. Both sides were staring at the battlefield. But the difference was that Shen Mei was rather worried. Qin Feiyang, Tan Wu, and the rest of the people from He Province all had calm expressions. Qin Feiyang trusted Wolf King, and the people of He Province also trusted the skinny young man. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the dust. Immediately, a faint smile crawled onto Qin Feiyang's face. Shen Mei also heaved a sigh of relief. But the faces of the people of He Province were filled with disbelief. Tan Wu also frowned, because this scream came from the skinny young man. "Woo-woo!" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a gust of wind suddenly rose in this place. The dust that filled the sky was quickly blown away, revealing everything. The earth was shattered, and the chasm spread. But he only saw Wolf King, and did not see the skinny young man. At this moment, Wolf King was standing in front of a chasm, its small body emitting a monstrous aura. It lowered its head and looked inside the chasm, its eyes filled with contempt. Obviously, that skinny young man was inside the chasm. Rustle, rustle. Accompanied by a faint sound, the skinny young man slowly crawled out. But the current him had already lost his previous vigor. His entire body was dripping with blood, and his left arm was even shattered. The right side of his chest was also caved in, and his flesh was badly mutilated. The corners of Wolf King's mouth lifted, and he said, "This is the strength that you said is enough to make the three of us kneel and beg for mercy?" The skinny young man said gloomily, "Wasn't it just a moment of carelessness and was caught off guard by you? What are you being arrogant for?" "A moment of carelessness?" Wolf King chuckled, his gaze filled with amusement. The skinny young man was enraged to the extreme, and he roared, "Beast, the good show is yet to come, let's continue." "Shut up." But at this time, Tan Wu shouted, "Still think that you haven't embarrassed yourself enough? Back down." The skinny young man's body trembled, and he turned to look at Tan Wu, saying in horror, "Senior apprentice brother Tan Wu, please give me another chance, I can definitely kill it." Tan Wu became increasingly impatient. The burly man at the side glanced at the skinny young man and said with clasped hands, "Senior apprentice brother Tan Wu, if we don't fulfill his wish now, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for him to walk out of this shadow in the future. Senior apprentice brother, if I can't kill it, I'll commit suicide on the spot." The skinny young man followed. Be it his tone or attitude, they were both very decisive. Tan Wu's gaze was dark. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you another chance." "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." The skinny young man was overjoyed and bowed in thanks. Then, he took out a regeneration elixir and consumed it, turning to look at Wolf King. Wolf King shook his head in disappointment and said, "You're not an ordinary fool. Because if you listen to that idiot and back down now, you might still be able to save your life." Tan Wu clenched his fists. The idiot that Wolf King was referring to was clearly him. He shouted to the skinny young man, "That stubborn fellow has no value to be used. I'll give you 10 breaths to tear it into pieces." The skinny young man nodded and reached out with his right hand. Battle chi surged out like a tidal wave. Clang. Following that, a deafening metallic sound sounded. A gigantic golden sword appeared out of nowhere in an instant, its terrifying aura shaking the heavens and earth. Unparalleled slash. Immediately after, the skinny young man roared and the gigantic golden sword trembled in the void, slashing towards Wolf King with an apocalyptic sharpness. The sword chi was like a rainbow. Before he could even get close, the ground beneath the Wolf King split open with a loud crack, revealing a deep abyss. Unparalleled slash? That's quite a scary name. However, why does it look like a paper tiger? Nice to look at but useless? Wolf King smiled mockingly and his aura surged as he transformed into a muscular wolf instantly. Standing on the ground, he was like a peerless, ferocious wolf that appeared in the world with a ferocious might spreading in all directions. Clang. The gigantic golden sword arrived instantly and its resplendent light illuminated the heavens and earth. Right at this moment, Wolf King did not retreat at all as he reached out with his thick claws to meet the gigantic golden sword. Boom. Sniff. The moment they met, the ground within a radius of several kilometers trembled violently, collapsing and sinking as though the end of the world had arrived. At the same time, the gigantic golden sword and Wolf King's claws were locked in a stalemate. However, the gigantic sword that seemed to be shockingly sharp only cut off Wolf King's fur and did not tear its skin. Moreover, the skinny young man was sweating profusely, but Wolf King was still calm and his eyes were still filled with contempt. How is this possible? Isn't its skin too thick? The burly man and the others turned pale with fright. Tan Wu was also rather shocked. As expected, it's just a paper tiger. Wolf King shook his head and sighed. His claws shook violently as a vast power roared out. With a clang, the gigantic golden sword instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. The skinny young man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face turned pale and he lost his balance as he retreated. "You are the first person I have killed after breaking through to the War Master. You should feel honored." Wolf King grinned as he used the void escape technique and rushed towards the skinny young man like lightning. "Bastard, I'm going to tear you apart." The skinny young man was enraged, and a shocking aura erupted like a volcano. Clang. The next moment, a dazzling golden light rushed out from behind him. And within that golden light, there was a 3-foot-long thin sword that seemed to be cast from gold. Its brilliance dyed the sky. Battle Soul? Wolf King muttered as he prepared to activate his Battle Soul. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. Because in its opinion, this person was not qualified for him to use his Battle Soul. At the same time, Tan Wu and the others were also prepared to help, but when they saw the skinny young man activating his Battle Soul, they chose to endure it. They were very confident in the skinny young man. "Bastard, I'll let you experience a true peerless slash." The skinny young man smiled sinisterly as his entire body was shrouded in a murderous aura. With a wave of his hand, the 3-foot-long thin sword turned into a ray of light and slashed towards Wolf King aggressively. The sharpness was even stronger than the gigantic golden sword from before. "Is that so?" Wolf King smiled playfully. He still did not dodge and punched out. Immediately, its fur was torn and blood flowed profusely. However, its bones were not injured. However, that 3-feet-long thin sword was forcefully smashed into pieces by a single punch. The skinny young man spat out blood on the spot and his face was deathly pale. Wolf King chuckled. "How dare you say that this soft sword is a peerless slash? Are you here to be funny? Impossible. I am, after all, a fighting soul. How could its mere body of flesh and blood be destroyed?" The skinny young man was dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. The burly man and the others were the same. Killing intent finally appeared in Tan Wu's eyes. The strength of this wolf had already exceeded his expectations. If he could not subdue it for his own use, he could only eradicate it. "You've used up all your methods, right? Then I'll let you witness my ultimate skill now, the 8 Kings Fist." Wolf King was filled with heroism as he walked towards the skinny young man step by step. "Stop it!" Tan Wu shouted with killing intent in his eyes. Boom! 3 powerful auras erupted. In the next moment, 3 figures rushed out from the crowd on the He province's side and shot towards Wolf King. One of them was the burly man. The other 2 were young men, one tall and one short. The tall one was 1.9 meters, but his body was very thin and his skin was yellow. It could even be said that he was skin and bones, like a bamboo pole that would fall to the ground with a gust of wind. The short man was also not an ordinary short man. He was only about 1.4 meters tall and his skin was dark like a pig's. However, his body was rather robust. And these 3 people were all 1-star battle masters. Chapter 597. Seeing that, Shen Mei's face darkened and said in a low voice, "I'll go help." Qin Feiyang laughed faintly. "No need, White-Eyed Wolf can handle it." Shen Mei was stunned. Wolf King's strength was obvious to all. It was undeniable. But one had to know that there were 4 1-star War Masters joining forces. No matter how strong Wolf King was, it was impossible for him to stop them. How could Qin Feiyang be so confident? The 3 of them were aggressive, but Wolf King did not take them to heart at all. He did not even look at them as he rushed towards the skinny young man. Looking at the skinny young man again, he was also panicking as he fled in a sorry state. However, Wolf King had grasped the perfect support technique, and his speed far surpassed the skinny young man's. Moreover, the skinny young man was currently heavily injured, and his speed was even slower than when he was at his peak. As a result, Wolf King caught up to him in a few steps. "Don't kill me!" Feeling the terrifying might, the skinny young man roared in fear. "Stop! If you dare to kill him, even if you ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, you can forget about escaping." The 3 of them roared. "What a useless piece of trash!" At the same time, Tan Wu muttered, and a powerful pressure erupted, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards Wolf King. The moment he was enveloped by the pressure, Wolf King paused for a moment, but in the next moment he continued to attack the skinny young man. How is this possible? Immediately, Tan Wu looked at Wolf King with his mouth agape. The pressure was actually useless against it? Could it be that it had hidden its cultivation and was also a 2-star War Master? You don't know, right? I'm the reincarnation of the peerless wolf god. Your pressure can only make me stop for a moment. Wolf King chuckled and punched towards the skinny young man's head. "Senior brother Tan Wu, save me." The skinny young man screamed hysterically, his soul scared out of his wits. Tan Wu came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Stop, everything can be discussed." However, Wolf King turned a deaf ear to his words and punched the thin young man's head. Crack! Along with an ear-piercing sound, the skinny young man's head exploded on the spot. His blood-curdling screams echoed through the clouds. Then he fell to the ground with a thud and died. Tan Wu's expression froze. The burly man and the other two were also dumbstruck. The other people of He province looked at the corpse of the skinny young man with disbelief. Amazing! Shen Mei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted, her face full of admiration. To be able to get rid of a one-star war sect in such a short period of time, such methods were truly extraordinary. However, and this was only the beginning. After Wolf King finished off the skinny youth, he saw that the burly man and the other two were still in a daze. He decisively launched a fierce attack. Like a bolt of lightning, it arrived in front of one of them. Its claws glowed with golden light as it slammed into the man's lower abdomen. That person let out a blood-curdling scream as his lower abdomen caved in. He was sent flying on the spot as he spat out blood. Bang! In the end, that person smashed into a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak collapsed in an instant, and the rumbling sound was deafening. My Chi-Si, at the same time. A desperate roar came out from the shattered mountain peak. Chi-Si? Could it be? His Chi-Si was shattered? The people of He province looked at the collapsed mountain peak with faces full of shock. Bastard die. At the same time, the burly man and the other one-star war sect came back to their senses and immediately raised their fists. Their battle chi surged as they angrily charged towards Wolf King. Wolf King grinned, two thick claws extended out, and collided with the fists of the two. Boom! The burly man and the other two were sent flying on the spot. Their arms were lacerated and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Their eyes were filled with shock. They were both made of flesh and blood, so why were the two of them unable to defeat this beast even when they joined hands? I will return the words of that person to you without missing a word. With just my strength alone, I am enough to make you bunch of trash kneel and beg for mercy. Wolf King's aura became more and more astonishing. He stepped on the air and charged towards the two burly men, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. It was at this moment. Tan Wu's pupils constricted as he anxiously said, after transforming, it has the strength of a 4-star war sect. You cannot use your flesh and blood to fight it head-on. Heard of it? Only then did the burly man and the other two come to a realization. It turned out that this beast had mastered a transformation battle art. No wonder its strength was so terrifying. The two of them looked at each other and a confident smile crawled onto their faces. This beast had a battle art, and they also had a battle art. As long as they didn't let this beast get close to them, it wouldn't be able to harm them in the slightest. With that thought, the two of them quickly retreated. At the same time, they stretched out their arms and their battle chi surged into the sky like a torrent. Clang! A black scythe that was more than 10 feet long and a yellow broadsword that was dozens of meters long appeared in the sky, shaking out an ear-piercing metallic sound. Beast, the real battle has only just begun. The two of them smiled coldly. With a wave of their hands, the black scythe and broadsword cut through the sky with an astonishing sharpness and charged towards Wolf King. This was also evolved from a battle art. The aura it emitted was not inferior to Wolf King's in the slightest. Is that so? But why do I feel that the battle is already over? Wolf King teased. It stood upright like a giant descending into the mortal world. With every step it took, the earth would tremble. Its entire body had an invincible aura. As it approached, it actually used its bare hands to attack the black scythe and broadsword. Crack! Boom! The black scythe and broadsword instantly shattered. However, the fur on Wolf King's claws was also torn apart by the black scythe and broadsword. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. However, this was only a minor injury to it that could be completely ignored. Its footsteps did not pause at all. Accompanied by loud thumps, it continued towards the burly man and the other man. It was unstoppable. When he saw that, Tan Wu's expression was extremely dark and his gaze turned incomparably sharp. Swoosh! Suddenly, he took a step forward and stood in front of the burly man and the other man like a bolt of lightning. He looked at Wolf King with a shocking aura lurking within his body. The burly man hurriedly said, "Senior brother Tan Wu, there's no need for you to do anything. We can do it." The other person added, "We'll definitely be able to kill it." Please believe in us. We can? You still dare to say such words at a time like this? I really don't know where you guys find your confidence from. Tan Wu shouted darkly. The burly man and the other man's expressions changed as they bowed. Please calm down, senior brother. You're all useless trash. Tan Wu's face was as dark as water. He raised his finger and pointed at Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei in the distance. Go and kill them. If you can't do that, you guys aren't worthy of being the kings of Crane Province. We won't let you down, senior brother. The two of them responded respectfully and immediately turned around to charge towards Qin Feiyang and the other man. What are you running for? The Wolf King grinned and used the void evasion step to chase after the two. With me here, you won't be able to go anywhere. Tan Wu took a step forward and appeared in front of Wolf King in the blink of an eye. The aura hidden within his body erupted. So arrogant? Wolf King was slightly stunned and chuckled. Alright, I'll kill you first. Boom. The man and wolf directly clashed. Battle chi streaked across the sky and a terrifying destructive air wave swept in all directions. For a moment, the ground in this place cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the blood sun lost its light. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he pursed his lips into a playful smile. I never thought that Wolf King would be so strong. That one Star War sect whose sea of chi was shattered still hasn't crawled out yet. He must be dead. Shen Mei shook his head and sighed. He acted as if he didn't see the two of them. Qin Feiyang laughed. As long as you give it time, it can slaughter everyone in He Province. Even a 2-Star War sect can do it? Shen Mei was surprised. What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked. This, Shen Mei hesitated for a moment. Although Wolf King was very strong, the 2-Star War sect was one small realm higher than it. Logically speaking, it was impossible for it to be Tan Wu's match. However, she had seen too many miracles on Wolf King's body, so she didn't dare to jump to conclusions. You're already at death's door, yet you still have the mood to comment here? Speak, are you going to draw your swords and commit suicide, or are we going to kill you? I want to make it clear in advance. If we make a move, you will die miserably. You might not even have a corpse left. At this moment, the two of them stopped 10 meters away from Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei, their faces full of sneers and contempt. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the two of them and laughed. Are you that confident? You're just an 8-Star War Emperor. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. As for this woman, although she's a 1-Star War sect, I don't believe that she's stronger than that beast. Moreover, we have quite a few 9-Star War Emperor and 8-Star War Emperor. Now tell me, what's your advantage? The burly man disdained. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. That's right, you guys do have a lot of people, but you're just a bunch of mobs. You're courting death. Their gazes turned cold. Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. Your confidence and carelessness might cause your entire He Province to be annihilated today. Arrogant. Arrogant. The two of them were furious. Their auras surged at the same time, transforming into an invisible torrent that crashed towards Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his arm. Swish! At that moment, 5 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Dong Jingyang, Shenlong, Jiang Wei, Dongfang Wuhan, and Murong Xiong. As soon as the 5 of them appeared, they released their auras and collided with the burly man's and Shen Mei's auras. The two of them were sent flying on the spot. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and their faces were filled with shock. There were still people? Where did they come from? Moreover, they were all war sect. At the same time, seeing Dong Jingyang's group of 5 appear, Tan Wu's expression changed. The dozens of war emperors in He Province were even more flustered. Dong Jingyang's group of 5, Shen Mei, and Wolf King. There were actually 7 1-Star War sect in the spiritual state. Of course, logically speaking, 7 1-Star War sects would not be able to threaten their He Province. This was because their He Province had a 2-Star War sect. However, that wolf cub was ridiculously strong. It had killed 2 of their kings in a row, and even Tan Wu was unable to take it down in a short period of time. Once Tan Wu was restrained, they would definitely face a calamity of destruction. Finally, it was really possible for He province to be completely annihilated. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of panicking war empress in the distance, looked at the two of them, and asked with a smile, "I wonder if you guys still have confidence?" The pupils of the two men contracted tightly together. "Everyone retreat." Suddenly, the burly man let out a roar and turned around to flee with the other man. With the two of them escaping, the rest of the people in He province were immediately defeated and fled in panic. "You want to escape?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a cold smile and said, "Don't leave a single one alive." Whiz! As soon as he finished, Dong Jingyang and the others rushed out in unison, chasing after the two of them, including Shen Mei. Damn it! Seeing this, Tan Wu cursed in his heart and used all his strength to strike towards Wolf King, wanting to leave. "Looks like you're in a hurry." Wolf King chuckled and did not clash head-on with Tan Wu. He used the void escape step and slowly circled around Tan Wu. "Why is your speed so fast?" Tan Wu was incomparably furious. Wolf King thought about it very seriously, then shook his head and said, "Big Brother doesn't know either. Maybe it's because Big Brother is too handsome." "Fuck you." Tan Wu was so angry that he cursed again and again. He had seen many shameless people, but this was the first time he had met such a shameless wolf cub. It was just a beast. How could it be related to the word handsome? You're so uneducated. I really don't know how your parents taught you. Why don't I help them teach you?" Wolf King chuckled. "Bastard, go to hell." Tan Wu was enraged to the extreme. Originally, with his temperament, he would not be provoked by Wolf King's words, but now that the situation was dangerous, he was especially impatient. Boom! An aura even more powerful than before roared out of his body. Following closely, a stretch of black light rose from behind him, rushing high into the sky. Inside the black light, a palm-sized ancient blade was suspended. It was pitch black all over, emitting a mysterious and ice-cold aura. Wolf King said in surprise, "This is your battle soul?" "That's right. Once my battle soul comes out, no matter how fast you are, it's also hard to escape death." Innate divine ability, gravity domain. Tan Wu's eyes revealed killing intent. With a wave of his hand, the ancient blade released wisps of obscure energy. These energies were invisible, pouncing in all directions. Sensing carefully, it did not seem to pose any threat. However, the instant Wolf King was enveloped by these energies, he immediately felt a terrifying gravitational pressure coming over. His speed immediately reduced greatly. Gravity suppression. Wolf King was bewildered. "My fighting soul can release an invisible gravitational force and form an invisible gravitational territory of about 100 feet. Any living being that enters this domain, whether it is a fierce beast or a human, their speed will be suppressed by half." "How is it? The speed that you're so proud of is now suppressed. Do you feel despair?" Tan Wu couldn't help but laugh. "So that's how it is. The battle souls in the world are really endless." Wolf King muttered. Suddenly, two painful screams sounded. Tan Wu's laughter came to an abrupt end. Turning his head, he saw the burly man and his companion being besieged by Dong Jingyang and the rest. Their blood splattered across the sky. "Today, none of you will live." Chapter 598. I didn't expect this person to possess such a terrifying battle soul. Qin Feiyang whispered. As everyone knew, speed was one of the keys to victory in a battle, and Tan Wu's gravity domain could suppress half of his speed. In the face of such a situation, if it was anyone else, it would be a disaster. If nothing unexpected happened, relying on this powerful battle soul, everyone here wouldn't be Tan Wu's match even if they added up. However, Qin Feiyang was confident and wasn't worried at all, because Tan Wu was very unlucky to have met this white-eyed wolf. "Hurry up and help Wolf King." At the same time, Dong Jingyang's group of 6 noticed the situation on Wolf King's side and immediately rushed to support Wolf King without hesitation. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about it, you guys just need to deal with those remnants of Hizhou." The 6 of them were surprised, but they didn't ask any further. They turned around and chased after the fleeing people. After this period of time together, They could only use the word unfathomable to describe Qin Feiyang. Since Qin Feiyang dared to say this, then he must have a certain degree of confidence. So, the 6 of them chased into the forest and disappeared. At the same time, Wolf King stood on the ground, looked at Tan Wu with a big grin, and said, "Do you really think that your battle soul is invincible? Pretending to be calm? Ha, continue to pretend, I'll see how long you can pretend." Tan Wu laughed incessantly. "Pretend? Let me tell you, in terms of battle soul, you are not qualified." Wolf King snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura immediately broke out of his body. Following closely, its entire body emitted a resplendent golden light, and a golden beast shadow instantly appeared out of thin air. This beast shadow still couldn't be seen clearly, only an outline could be seen. However, its body was extremely huge. Its head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. It was as if the supreme beast had descended, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. What battle soul is this? Tan Wu stopped in his tracks and looked at the golden beast shadow. A wave of uncontrollable fear emerged from the depths of his heart. What battle soul? Ha, my fighting soul is the nemesis of all fighting souls. I won't be the one in despair. It will be you. The Wolf King laughed wildly. As soon as it finished speaking, its eyes became extremely sharp as it shouted, "Innate ability, strip." Immediately, as soon as the golden beast opened its mouth, a violent gale suddenly appeared in this world, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. The battle soul above Tan Wu's head, which was also that black ancient edge, immediately flew towards that wide mouth. How could this be? Tan Wu turned pale with fright and made a prompt decision, preparing to disperse the battle soul. However, he discovered to his horror that the battle soul was already out of his control. An uneasy premonition arose in his heart. At this moment, Qin Feiyang said, "White-eyed wolf, don't deprive him of his fighting spirit." Wolf King raised his eyebrows. "Deprive the fighting soul? What do you mean?" But Tan Wu had a look of bewilderment. Swish! Qin Feiyang executed phantom steps and swiftly landed in front of Tan Wu, saying coolly, "The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul's innate ability is to deprive others of their fighting spirit. In other words, once devoured by it, you'll lose your fighting spirit forever." What? Tan Wu was greatly shocked in his heart. Lose his fighting spirit forever? How could this be? One had to know. The reason why he could establish himself in He Province and become the Inner Palace's #1 person was because of this fighting soul. He could show disdain for heroes and intimidate everyone. Even the 10 great commanders of He Province had to be somewhat courteous to him. It was also because of this fighting soul. If he lost his fighting soul, without a doubt, he would definitely fall from the altar. At that time, he would be no different from an ordinary 2-star battle sect. Then everything that he had before would naturally turn into bubbles and shadows. This kind of drastic change was what he could not bear. But he also suspected whether or not Qin Feiyang was bluffing him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Don't doubt, I'm not bluffing you. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and serve me as your master for life, and I'll make the white-eyed wolf spare your life." "Ha, serve you as my master? Do you think that's possible? Do you have this qualification?" Tan Wu laughed loudly without ceasing, his eyes full of disdain. Qin Feiyang did not get angry either and said coolly, "Whether I have this qualification or not, you'll know in the future." Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, "May I ask what your distinguished self's name is?" Qin Feiyang said, "Qin Feiyang." Tan Wu's eyes went wide and he said in surprise, "You're Qin Feiyang?" "That's me." Qin Feiyang nodded his head. "Ha, I've heard that spiritual state's Qin Feiyang is not only an alchemy prodigy, but also a martial Dao freak. Looking at it now, it's nothing more than this." Tan Wu shook his head and mocked. "How so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "If you're really a martial Dao freak, why are you only an 8-star war emperor?" Tan Wu sneered. "When I was 15 years old, I started cultivating. Now that I'm 21 years old, more than 6 years have passed before I broke through to the 8-star war emperor. I'm indeed not worthy of the words martial Dao freak. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. What? Only cultivated for 6 years. Tan Wu was dumbstruck. In 6 years' time, he broke through to the 8-star War Emperor. This speed was simply rare in 10,000 years. If this wasn't worthy of being a martial Dao freak, then who was? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was a peerless genius. However, he really couldn't do it if he wanted to serve him as his master for the rest of his life. Although he wasn't considered a peerless genius, his talent was considered first-rate in He Province, and even in the entire Great Qin Empire. His pride didn't allow him to be someone else's servant. Wolf King said, "Little Qin Zi has never taken the initiative to subdue someone. You're the first, so you should feel honored." "Kill me." Tan Wu shook his head and closed his eyes, waiting for death to descend. "You think I don't dare to kill you?" Wolf King's eyes flickered with killing intent. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand to stop Wolf King and looked at Tan Wu. "Everything in the world is nothing more than fame and fortune. As long as you follow me, I promise here that I'll give you fame and fortune that no one can compare to. There will also be a place for you in the imperial capital." Tan Wu's body and mind trembled, and he was moved. The imperial capital, the holy land that countless people yearned for, was like an unattainable fortress that made people feel weak both physically and mentally. However, in this person's mouth, it was as if the things in front of him were at his fingertips. Where did this confidence come from? Wolf King said, "There's only one chance, cherish it." "What you said is indeed very tempting, but it's nothing to me. Because I have this confidence. As long as you let me go, I can still enter the imperial capital with my ability." Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang said, "All right then, I'll let you go now." What? Wolf King was stunned. Tan Wu's face was also full of astonishment. Qin Feiyang continued, "I can let you go, but everyone else has to die." "But don't you know that this is letting a tiger return to the mountain?" Tan Wu asked in disbelief. "Since I dare to let you go, I'm naturally not afraid of you stirring up trouble. Hurry up and leave before I change my mind." After Qin Feiyang finished talking, he nodded at Wolf King. Wolf King had a stomach full of doubts, but he also did as he was told, putting away his battle soul. Tan Wu also immediately dispersed his battle soul. After pondering for a while, he clasped his hands and said, "Today, take it as me, Tan Wu, owing you a favor." Finished talking, Tan Wu did not hesitate at all, turning around and leaving quickly. As for the others in He Province, he did not care, nor did he have the strength to care. Wolf King frowned and said, "Little Qin Zi, your way of doing things, isn't it a little lacking in consideration?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I've thought about it carefully." "Then I can't figure it out. Do you like him so much?" Wolf King was puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't like him. I fancy his battle soul. If we can use it, it will definitely be of great help to us when we enter the imperial capital." "That's true. Suppressing half of his speed is equivalent to seizing half of the chance of victory, but he's proud and arrogant. It's impossible for him to submit. And you also know how great a threat his existence is to us. If we can't use him, it's best to eradicate him." Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry, sooner or later, he will come to me." Wolf King opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he swallowed it back. Ah! At the same time, in the distant forest, screams could be heard endlessly. Although there were many people in He Province, their cultivations were only at the battle emperor level. Facing Dong Xingyang's 6 battle masters, there was naturally no suspense. Several hundred breaths passed. The 6 of them walked out of the forest one after another. Their bodies were covered in blood and full of killing intent. Qin Feiyang asked, "How was it?" Dong Xingyang said with a smile, "Not a single one is left. We've dealt with them all." "Where's Tan Wu?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "We couldn't stop him. He slipped away." "Slipped away?" Murong Xiong raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "So you're not confident either. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten rid of him first." Shenlong said, "Tan Wu is not just a 2-star battle master. His battle soul's ability can be said to be heaven-defying. It's normal that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King couldn't stop him. That's right. Even if we joined hands to kill him, it would only be a few more deaths. It's already amazing that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King could force him to escape. Jianghu followed. Murong Xiong frowned. I'm just complaining, do you have to have such a big opinion of me? Shen Long coldly snorted. Humph, we're just talking about the facts. If you don't like it, don't listen. Murong Xiong nodded his head and said impatiently, all right, all right, all right. I'll stop talking in the future. Is that all right? All right, there's nothing to argue about. Now we should celebrate. Shinmei laughed. With that said, a smile crawled onto everyone's faces. Although Tan Wu had slipped away, none of the other people in He Province were left. Most importantly, with 4 less one-star Battle Master S, it could be considered a complete victory. Dong Jingyang asked, Qin Feiyang, what should we do next? Shen Long and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang. Although the captain was Ren Wushuang in name, in everyone's eyes, Qin Feiyang was the real leader. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and sighed. After the confrontation with Kong Province, Cloud Province, Yu Province, and He Province, I feel that my strength is far from enough, so I plan to go into seclusion. Seclusion? The 6 of them immediately frowned. It had already been half a month since the last time he went into seclusion. The people from the other provinces might have already walked out of the death swamp. Chapter 599. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 of them and said with a smile, I only said that I would be in seclusion, I didn't say that you guys would also be in seclusion. What do you mean? Are you going to be separated from us for the time being? The frown on their faces deepened. Dong Jingyang, Shen Long, Shen Mei, and Jianghu really didn't want to be separated from Qin Feiyang. Because without Qin Feiyang, it was equivalent to losing a strategist. As for Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, they were purely worried that after being separated from Qin Feiyang, they wouldn't be able to find the key to Shen Mei's consecutive breakthroughs. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, It's not that. Hearing that, only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. But they were also very puzzled. How was it possible to be in seclusion and not be separated? Qin Feiyang walked over to Shen Mei's side and whispered a few words in her ear. After listening, Shen Mei revealed a look of realization, and at the same time, there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Qin Feiyang first sent Wolf King to the castle, then took out a set of clothes from the Qingkuan bag and laid it flat on the ground. He looked at Shen Mei and asked, Do you remember what I said? Shen Mei nodded. Be careful. Qin Feiyang warned the 6 of them, then walked to the clothes on the ground, and with a flash, disappeared without a trace. He went to the castle? Dong Jingyang and the others looked at Shen Mei in surprise. Shen Mei nodded in response. Then she bent down and grabbed the 4 corners of the clothes. She wrapped the clothes together like a bundle. What are you doing? Dongfang Wuhan was puzzled. Shen Mei didn't answer, put the wrapped clothes into the Qingkuan bag, and said with a smile, Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan didn't ask further. The 6 of them closely followed each other and headed towards the depths of the death swamp. Actually, the reason was simple. When Qin Feiyang entered the castle would fall on top of the clothes. Shen Mei wrapped the clothes, which was equivalent to wrapping the castle in the clothes. In other words, the castle was now in Shen Mei's Qingkuan bag. Of course, doing so was very risky, because if it was someone with evil intentions, it was very likely that they would take the opportunity to threaten Qin Feiyang. Therefore, Qin Feiyang chose Shen Mei. She had been in contact with Shen Mei for a long time. Shen Mei could be considered an upright person. In addition, she was like a sister to Ren Wushuang, so she definitely wouldn't harm him. Inside the castle, everyone went into seclusion to cultivate. Especially Ren Wushuang. When Shen Mei stepped into the war sect first, she couldn't help but start to feel anxious. Outside, Dong Jingyang and the others traveled day and night without rest. For the first half of the month, the road was very peaceful, but after half a month, they encountered a swamp. They were everywhere. Moreover, many of the swamps were covered by dead branches and rotten leaves. They were also covered by grass and shrubs, making it impossible for people to guard against them. All 6 of them had fallen into the swamp before. At first, they didn't take it to heart, but when they really fell into the swamp, they realized how scary it was. Once trapped, there was no way to climb out. And the more he struggled, the faster he sank. After a long time, they all felt very aggrieved. One had to know that they were all war sect masters. Normally, a mere swamp would be like walking on flat ground. It wouldn't pose a threat to them at all. But now, they regarded the swamp as a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Every step they took was like walking on thin ice. It was all thanks to the gravity in the air. But even though they were aggrieved, they still continued to walk. However, their speed slowed down a lot, and they didn't dare to rush at night. Because their vision at night was too poor, they would fall into the swamp if they weren't careful. As they continued to go deeper, bigger troubles began to appear frequently. There were actually all kinds of fierce beasts hidden in the swamp, and they were all very powerful. The weakest fierce beast was an 8-star war emperor. The key was that they were not bound by the swamp. They were like fish in water in the mud, coming and going freely. From time to time, they would jump out to ambush them, causing them to have a headache. As a result, the 6 of them had to pay attention to their feet, and on the other hand, they had to be careful of the fierce beast's sneak attacks. Their speed was undoubtedly slower. To be able to travel 5 miles a day was already considered fast. In the blink of an eye. For months past. Roughly calculating, Qin Feiyang had been in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring for more than 5 months, almost half a year. And on this day his aura suddenly erupted, soaring straight to a 9-star war emperor. At the same time, he opened his eyes, and 2 bright rays of light burst out from his eyes. I finally broke through. Feeling the surging power in his body, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. But when he looked at Fatso beside him, he let out a long sigh, full of deep helplessness. Because Fatso had already broken through to the 9-star war emperor and was making his final effort to break through to War Master. But what about him? When he was in Yunzhou, he had already broken through to the 8-star war emperor. Later, he was imprisoned by the old man and cultivated in seclusion for 3 months. In addition to the 5 months in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, it took him a total of 8 months to break through to the 9-star war emperor. This speed, in the eyes of Wu Yan and the others, was already very amazing, but Qin Feiyang was very dissatisfied. But fortunately, he had finally broken through to the 9-star war emperor and could open the 4th and 5th level of the Gate of Potential, making up for the gap in the past. And as long as these 2 levels were opened, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Fatso. With the help of Wolf King, Qin Feiyang smoothly opened the 4th and 5th level. He didn't go outside, but stayed in the ancient castle. Wu Yan and the others were envious. But they didn't know that Qin Feiyang was now taking the potential pill, and thought it was still the potential pill. Of course, this was deliberately done by Qin Feiyang. Because once the potential pill was exposed, it would definitely attract a lot of trouble. After successfully opening the 4th and 5th level, seeing that Dong Xingyang and the others outside could still handle it, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. Now, only by breaking through to War Master would he have the capital to look down on the 9 states. There was also Ren Wushuang worth mentioning. She was originally talented, and with the top-grade battle chi pill that Qin Feiyang gave her, she also broke through to the 4-star war emperor not long after Qin Feiyang broke through to the 9-star war emperor. And the 9 songs yellow dragon pill that Qin Feiyang gave her was 5 pill veins, which was enough for her to break through to 5 small realms. On the day she broke through to the 4-star war emperor, she took the 9 songs yellow dragon pill and stepped into the 9-star war emperor. Wolf King also immediately helped her open all the gates of potential, and her cultivation speed instantly soared, catching up to Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Another 2 months passed. On this day, Fatso finally stepped into the 1-star War Master. The pangolin also broke through to the 8-star War Emperor. Luo Qianxue, Lin Yi, and Lu Hong's cultivation had also made great progress. Qin Feiyang also faintly felt that it would take at most 2 months to step into the War Master. This made him sigh. The Gate of Potential really couldn't be faked. Opening one more layer, the effect was completely different. Everyone had been in the 9 nether yellow springs for more than 7 months. Qin Feiyang was ready to step into the War Master in one go. But on this day, Dong Xingyang and the others outside encountered big trouble. A swamp lay in front of the 6 people, emitting a pungent stench. This swamp was countless times larger than the swamps they encountered in the past few months. They couldn't even find the edge. At a glance, it was all mud. The 6 people stopped at the edge, all frowning. In the swamp, it wasn't that there was no solid ground. Every 100 meters or dozens of meters, there was a mound of earth, leading to the deepest part of the swamp. These mounds were at most 3 or 4 meters, like a wilderness island in the sea. And on each mound, there were all kinds of tenacious shrubs and weeds, and even some trees as thick as an arm. However, although there was solid ground, they couldn't fly, so they could only watch. A moment later, Shen Mei retracted her gaze and looked at Shenlong and the others. She frowned and said, "What should we do now? There are only 2 ways. Either we take a detour or find a way to pass through those mounds." Dong Xingyang said. Shenlong said, "The swamp is too big. If we take a detour, I'm afraid it will delay us a lot of time." Dong Fangwuhan nodded and said, "Indeed, but if we pass through those mounds, our situation will be very dangerous." "Yes, it's already very difficult to climb up those mounds. If we encounter a sneak attack from a beast, I'm afraid we will really die here." Jiang Wei sighed, his face full of worry. Shen Mei said, "Qin Feiyang has many ideas. Why don't we let him come out with some ideas?" "There's no need. If we go to him for such a small matter, wouldn't it seem that we are too incompetent? For safety's sake, let's take a detour," Dong Xingyang said. "All right." Shen Mei and the others nodded. Thus, the 6 of them walked along the edge of the swamp towards the south. This walk took 2 full days. But this swamp seemed to be endless, and there was no safe route. Damn it! What the hell is this place? After 2 full days of searching, the 6 of them were a little impatient. But in comparison, Dong Zhiyang was a little calmer. He scanned the swamp and turned his head to look at the jungle behind him. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "Do you feel that something is wrong?" "What's wrong?" The 5 of them were surprised. Before this, most of the swamps we passed through had beasts lurking. But here, in such a large swamp, why can't we see a single beast? Dong Xingyang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shen Mei and the others couldn't help but frown. Murong Xiong said, "Could it be that there are no beasts in this swamp?" Dong Fang Wuhan said, "If that's the case, then it's a great thing for us." Without beasts, they didn't have to worry about being sneak attacked by beasts. They could also find a way to use those mounds to cross this swamp. Dong Xingyang said, "Let's go ahead and look. If we can't find a safe route, we'll think of another way." Shen Mei and the others nodded. But even after searching until dark, they still didn't find anything. The 6 of them finally gave up and stopped on a large stone. They rested for the night and began to discuss countermeasures early the next morning. Finally, there was only one countermeasure that they came up with, which was to use trees to build a bridge between the 2 mounds. Building a bridge was a very simple matter for people with their cultivation base. However, they didn't act for a long time. They were all worried about whether there were any beasts in this swamp, because once they entered the swamp, it would be difficult to turn back. If they encountered a beast, it would be a disaster. Phew! Finally, Dong Xingyang took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, we have to cross this swamp sooner or later. There's no need to hesitate. Let's start preparing." "That's true. I'll go look for the wood for the bridge. You guys go look around and try your luck. Murong Xiong, come with me to help." Chapter 600. When the 2 disappeared into the jungle, Shenlong frowned and said, "2 people are needed to find wood? Isn't it obvious? They must want to say something in private and they don't want us to hear it." Dong Xingyang sneered. Shenlong raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect them to still be so stubborn. Do you want me to follow them?" "No need." Dong Xingyang waved his hand and said, "As long as they are a fox, they will reveal their tail sooner or later. Let's go. We'll do as they wish and go ahead to take a look." The 4 got up one after another and slowly walked along the edge of the swamp. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong stopped beside a big tree. Murong Xiong turned around and glanced at the jungle behind him. Seeing that no one was following, he whispered, "This Qin Feiyang is really treacherous." "Why do you say so?" Dongfang Wuhan asked. "Think about it. He let us travel outside every day, but he himself is in seclusion in the castle, enjoying the fruits of others' labor. I think if this continues, I'm afraid his strength will surpass us." Murong Xiong coldly snorted. "His cultivation speed is indeed fast, but it's absolutely impossible to catch up with us in such a short time. However, we really can't let him continue his seclusion. I called you here to discuss with you how to lure him out of the castle," Dongfang Wuhan said. In fact, along the way, he had been looking for an opportunity. However, the fierce beasts they encountered along the way were not particularly strong. They could easily deal with them. If they still let Qin Feiyang out, it would obviously be unreasonable. After pondering for a moment, Murong Xiong's eyes lit up as he whispered, "I have a plan. If we're lucky, we might be able to kill one or two." "Say it." Dongfang Wuhan was slightly taken aback and immediately became interested. Murong Xiong whispered in Dongfang Wuhan's ear, and Dongfang Wuhan's eyes gradually lit up. Back to Dong Jinyang's group of 4. After walking for half an hour without finding anything, they turned back and returned to the place where they cultivated last night. This round trip took half an hour. Dongfang Wuhan and the other 2 were already waiting here. There was a log beside him that was more than 150 meters long. As for its thickness, even if several people were to join hands, they probably wouldn't be able to encircle it. "How is it?" Seeing the 4 return, Dongfang Wuhan asked with a smile. "Nothing." Dong Jinyang shook his head. "Looks like we can only cross this swamp. Fortunately, we were lucky. Murong Xiong and I found an ancient tree. I've measured this ancient tree. It's 152 meters long. According to my observations, the distance between each mound is no more than 130 meters. As long as there are no mishaps, there shouldn't be a problem to cross it." Dongfang Wuhan pointed at the ancient tree beside him and said with a smile. Dong Jinyang looked at the ancient tree from the beginning to the end and nodded. "It is indeed enough, but I suggest that we cut this ancient tree into 2. "But isn't this good?" Dongfang Wuhan was puzzled. Murong Xiong nodded and said, "That's right, the whole tree is stronger than being cut in half, right? I suggest this for the sake of everyone's safety. Because if it's cut in half, both sides are flat. Walking on a flat surface is definitely safer than walking on a round trunk. As for its strength, we can't consider it at all. Such a thick ancient tree, let alone being cut in half, even if it's chopped into firewood, it's still not something you and I can break." After Dong Jinyang finished speaking, he took out a battle sword from his Jianghu bag. With a wave of his hand, the sword chi was like a rainbow. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the ancient tree was cut in half on the spot. But just as the ancient tree was cut in half, Dong Jinyang and the other 3 suddenly frowned. The middle part of the ancient tree was hollow. "What's going on?" Dong Jinyang suddenly raised his head and looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. His eyes were extremely sharp. One had to know. This was not a trivial matter. If they didn't cut the ancient tree now and didn't find that the trunk was hollow, then when they reached the bridge, as long as they used force, the trunk would be broken. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because the hollow position was in the middle, once it broke, everyone would fall into the center between the 2 mounds. At that time, both sides wouldn't touch the ground. Even if the gods descended to the mortal world, they wouldn't be able to save them. "We don't know either." Facing the aggressive gazes of Dong Jinyang and the other 3, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong panicked. Shenlong said in a deep voice, "This tree was found by you, how could you not know?" Dongfang Wuhan said anxiously, "The tree was indeed found by us, but we really didn't know it was hollow inside. Speaking of which..." Dongfang Wuhan suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the 4 people. "Are you suspecting that Murong Xiong and I did something? Isn't it? Hollow the trunk, and when we pass by, you only need to do something to make us fall into the swamp and be beheaded. Originally, I was wondering why the two of you had objections when I proposed to cut the trunk in half. So it's because there's a mystery hidden in it. To be honest, I have always believed that you have sincerely repented this time, but I never thought that you still have the ambition of a wolf. Dong Xingyang was furious, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Dong Fangwuhan's face was green and red. When Dong Xingyang finished speaking, he angrily said, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Jiang Wei shouted, "The facts are right in front of us, and this is still called wanting to condemn someone? All right. Since you say so, then let's talk about the facts. If Murong Xiong and I want to hollow out the heart of the tree, do we have to break the bark first?" Dong Fangwuhan said. "That's right." The four nodded. Dong Fangwuhan said, "Then take a closer look. Is there any trace of the bark in the hollow area?" The four of them looked closer and raised their eyebrows. The bark was actually intact. They also found that the hollow area seemed to have been gnawed by ants. It was incomplete and the traces looked very old. Moreover, after careful observation, the middle of the trunk was hollow, but it was very small and inconspicuous. They didn't see it before. Discovering this, Dong Xingyang and the other three looked at each other. It seemed that they had wrongly blamed Dong Fangwuhan and Jiang Wei. In the swamp, there were many insects such as ants, and this tree heart should be the cause of the insect damage. Dong Fangwuhan smiled coldly and said, "Now, what else do you have to say?" Dong Xingyang frowned, cupped his hands and said, "I'm sorry, I was careless and misunderstood you." Alas. Dong Fangwuhan sighed deeply and said, "I don't mean to blame anyone. I just want to say that we are from the same sect and partners, so we should trust each other more." Jiang Wei coldly snorted and said, "If you hadn't left us behind and escaped alone, would we be so worried now? In the end, it is indeed our fault. But now, we have already repented, so why are we still holding on to it? Is this good for everyone?" Dong Fangwuhan said with melancholy. Shen Long said, "All right, this matter is over. Let's go find another ancient tree." Murong Xiong said with dissatisfaction, "You guys go this time, lest you say that we did something." The four of them looked at each other and turned to walk into the jungle. As soon as the four of them left, Murong Xiong's face sank and said angrily, "This Dong Xingyang really deserves to die." Dong Fangwuhan said, "Lower your voice, don't let them hear you." Murong Xiong looked at the jungle where Dong Xingyang and the other three had disappeared and said secretly, "What do we do now?" "Wait and see." Dong Fangwuhan said secretly and then turned to look at the endless swamp, his eyes flickering. This matter was actually not that simple. Even though they weren't the ones who emptied the tree's core, they had done it on purpose. In other words, this ancient tree was deliberately found by Dong Fangwuhan and Jiang Wei. Their purpose was the same as Dong Xingyang's guess. When the bridge was built and they passed by it, the ancient tree would be broken with a little trick. At that time, even if they couldn't kill Dong Xingyang and the other three, they could at least kill one or two. At the same time, they could also lure Qin Feiyang out. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, they hadn't expected that Dong Xingyang would cut the ancient tree in half, killing their plan before it was even born. It would be a lie to say that they weren't angry. But facing Dong Xingyang and the other three, they could only endure it. After a while, the four of them walked out of the jungle. Dong Xingyang carried a thick ancient tree on his shoulder, similar to the ancient tree that Dong Fangwuhan and Jiang Wei had found. Bang! Coming to the edge of the swamp, Dong Xingyang put down the ancient tree and then took out his sword and cut it in half. There were also some hollow parts and some white ants, but it wasn't serious. Dong Xingyang picked up the ancient tree and stood up, then slowly put it down towards the nearest mound in the swamp. Bang! Accompanied by a weak sound, the other end of the ancient tree gently fell on the mound, and the bridge was completed. Dong Xingyang got up and wiped his sweat. Looking at the bridge, he turned to look at Xin Mei and the other four, and said in a deep voice, "Are you all ready?" As long as they set foot on this bridge, there would be no turning back. Huff! The five of them took a deep breath and nodded to Dong Xingyang. "Then let's go." Dong Xingyang waved his hand and took the lead, walking on the bridge towards the mound on the opposite side. Xin Mei and the other four followed closely behind him. From beginning to end, The eyes of the 6 people were locked on the swamp under the bridge. If there was the slightest movement, they would immediately be on alert. They didn't know if it was because they were lucky or because there were really no fierce beasts in the swamp. After about 100 breaths, they climbed up the first mound without any danger. The mound was covered with shrubs and weeds. The soil was a little soft, but they could still stand on it. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After careful inspection and confirming that there was no danger here, they looked for the next foothold. Shen Mei said, "Look, the small mound on the left is about 130 meters away from us. This ancient tree is just enough." "Okay, let's go there." Dong Xingyang nodded, picked up the ancient tree again, and quickly built the bridge. On the way, they still didn't encounter any danger. Chapter 601. Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, "According to the current situation, we only need to spend some time and effort to pass through this swamp." Dong Xingyang glanced at him, looked at the quagmire in front of them, and said with a serious face, "There is no danger now, but it doesn't mean that there is no danger later. We must not take it lightly." Several people nodded. The group once again stepped on the bridge and walked towards the next mound. Time was like sand between fingers. The day passed quickly and night fell. On this day, the 6 people crossed more than 100 mounds in a row, but they still could not see the end of the swamp. But fortunately, there was not a single beast on the way. Because of this, they all relaxed a lot. Even Dong Xingyang was not as cautious as he was at first. They did not encounter any beasts all day, which was enough to show that there were indeed no beasts in the swamp. At this moment, the mound they were on was more than 10 feet in diameter, overgrown with weeds and flying insects everywhere. But these were just ordinary flying insects, which did not pose the slightest threat to the 6 people. Dong Xingyang looked up at the blood moon in the sky and said, "We don't know how big this swamp is. I suggest that we rest here for the night." The others naturally had no objection. First, because this whole day of rushing made them feel a little tired. Second, because the void of the death swamp was still filled with blood mist, and the blood moon's brilliance was not very bright. The visibility at night was almost only 10 meters. Therefore, it was the wisest choice to rest here. After a little discussion about tomorrow's matters, the 6 people sat cross-legged together and closed their eyes to rest. The swamp at night was as silent as death. Occasionally, the cries of insects would ring out, making the atmosphere even weirder. Gurgle. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out in the swamp. The location of the sound was 100 meters away from the mound where Dong Xingyang and the others were. On the surface of the swamp, there were bubbles the size of a baby's fist. Moreover, those bubbles were still moving. The direction of movement was the mound where Dong Xingyang and the others were. Moreover, after a few breaths, bubbles also rose from the swamp in the other 3 directions. If one looked carefully, they would find that the mud was still slightly turbulent, as if something was swimming inside. The distance was getting closer and closer. When the bubbles appeared about 30 meters away from him, Dong Xingyang suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with bewilderment. What was that sound? He stood up and looked around. When he heard the gurgling sound, he became nervous. "On guard!" Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted. Shen Long and the others immediately opened their eyes. Shen Mei transmitted her voice. "What happened?" "Listen carefully," Dong Xingyang said. The 5 of them calmed down and listened for a while. Then, they stood up together and stood back to back, looking at the swamp in all directions in surprise. 5 or 6 breaths passed. The bubbles finally entered their line of sight. But these 5 or 6 breaths felt as long as 5 or 6 centuries. When they saw the bubbles emerging from the bottom of the swamp, their expressions changed. Because it was already very obvious that there were ferocious beasts under the swamp. Dong Xingyang shouted, "Quickly protect that ancient tree." That ancient tree was still between the 2 mounds. If it was destroyed by the ferocious beasts, they would probably be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Because, on the mound where they were now, there were only weeds and not even a small sapling. If the ancient tree was destroyed, there would be nothing for them to build a bridge, and naturally, they would not be able to leave this place. Hearing Dong Xingyang's shout, Jianghu immediately went forward and hugged the ancient tree with both hands. With a low shout, he quickly stood up. Don't. But at this moment, a pitch-black giant tail rushed out of the quagmire and blasted towards the ancient tree like lightning. For a moment, the place was filled with strong winds and mud. Not good. Dong Jingyang's expression changed. The ferocious beasts in the swamp were too cunning. The first thing they thought of was to cut off their escape route. Without any delay, Dong Jingyang immediately activated his fighting soul. Crush! An iron chain as thick as an arm broke through the air, emitting a black light. Like a giant python, it quickly wrapped around the giant tail. Freeze! Following closely, Dong Jingyang shouted in a low voice, and the giant tail was immediately frozen in the void. Jianghu also took the opportunity to carry Gu Mu and retreat to the side of the others. At the same time, his battle aura formed a boundary to protect Gu Mu. I want to see what is causing trouble, Shenlong. Gu Mu was safe and sound. Dong Jiang also heaved a sigh of relief, but his eyes immediately became extremely sharp as he shouted coldly at Shenlong. Shenlong waved his hand, and a golden battle aura shot up into the sky and shone in all directions. This place suddenly became as bright as day. At this moment, they also saw the giant tail that was frozen in place. The giant tail was as thick as a bucket and covered with dark scales. Shen Mei shouted, "It's the tail of a ferocious crocodile." Roar! Dong! But before she finished speaking, a series of roars exploded in the surrounding swamps. Then, the swamps were in an uproar. One by one, the ferocious crocodiles rushed out of the mud and rushed towards the mound where Dong Jingyang and the others were. The 6 of them took a look, and their faces instantly turned pale. These ferocious crocodiles had the body of a crocodile, but their heads were like that of a dragon. They looked extremely ferocious. Their bodies were covered with black scales, and they had a hard texture. And there were no less than 100 of them. The aura they emitted was basically at the level of a 9-star combat emperor. In fact, Dong Jingyang and the others did not care about the cultivation of these ferocious crocodiles. The only thing that scared them was that there were too many of these ferocious crocodiles. If they destroyed the mound under their feet in the process of fighting, then they would lose their foothold. At that time, they would definitely be buried in this swamp. Dong Jingyang shouted, "Jianghu, you are responsible for protecting this place and Gu Mu. The rest of you follow me and attack. We must kill them all before they get close." Boom! After he finished speaking, 5 powerful auras suddenly exploded. Moreover, the 5 of them attacked with battle arts, and their killing intent soared to the heavens. Whoosh! The 5 battle arts blasted into the group of crocodiles, and a terrifying wave of air suddenly surged in all directions. The mud rose up hundreds of feet, covering the sky and the moon. Jianghui's pupils contracted, and he immediately mobilized his battle aura to cover the surface of the mound, blocking the impact of the wave of air. But those ferocious crocodiles were not so lucky. More than 30 ferocious crocodiles were instantly split into 4 or 5 pieces. Blood dyed the surroundings red, and painful wails resounded through the sky. The other ferocious crocodiles were also sent flying, riddled with wounds. Again! Dong Jingyang shouted coldly. In order to survive, the 5 of them did not hold back. In the blink of an eye, the 5 battle arts evolved again and blasted towards the ferocious crocodiles that were sent flying. In less than 3 breaths, more than 20 ferocious crocodiles' blood splattered on the spot. Including the first wave, half of them had already been killed. The remaining half of the ferocious crocodiles that were still alive floated in the mud 100 meters away, roaring at Dong Jingyang and the others. Their bell-like fierce eyes were filled with resentment and ferocity. Dong Jingyang's gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the group of crocodiles, and shouted, "If you want to live, hurry up and scram." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of crocodiles dove into the mud and disappeared. The 6 of them were stunned. They really left? Shenlong looked at Dong Jingyang and teased, "It seems that they were shocked by your demonic might." Demonic might? Dong Jingyang shook his head with a wry smile and said, "No matter what, we're finally safe now." Rumble. However, before the 6 of them could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground under their feet suddenly shook. What's the situation? The 6 of them were bewildered. Not good. They want to destroy this place. Shen Mei shouted in shock and anger. What? Everyone was aghast. These damn beasts, aren't they too smart? Shen Long, you illuminate a little more. Jiang Wei, quickly find a place to rest. Murong Xiong shouted anxiously. In this short period of time, the ground under their feet had already cracked. Seeing this, how could Shen Long and Jiang Wei dare to hesitate? Shen Long waved his hand, and the golden battle chi surged into the sky like a tide, condensing into a golden sun. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, it became incomparably bright. Jiang Wei also immediately turned around and scanned the front, his gaze instantly locking onto a mound 100 meters away. That mound was more than 200 feet in size, full of weeds and shrubs. Immediately, Jiang Wei adjusted his position and put down the ancient tree. When the other end of the ancient tree landed on the mound, Dong Jingyang shouted, "Quickly go over, but you must protect the ancient tree, because this is our only way out now." Understood. Shen Mei and the others nodded, jumped onto the ancient tree, and used auxiliary battle arts to speed towards the opposite side. At this time, no one dared to hide anymore. But just as they were about to reach the shore, a group of fierce crocodiles rushed out, and there were more than 10 of them. But their target was not Shen Mei and the others, but the ancient tree under their feet. "You guys go up quickly, I'll cover the rear," Dong Jingyang shouted. Both of his hands stretched out at the same time, and his battle chi burst out, turning into more than 10 strands, like more than 10 arrows, cutting through the sky like lightning, piercing through the glabella of the dozen fierce crocodiles. Roar! Accompanied by a series of wails, more than 10 fierce crocodiles died on the spot, and their huge bodies fell into the swamp. However, 3 of the fierce crocodiles smashed towards the ancient tree. Dong Jingyang quickly. "Their weight is enough to break the ancient tree." Shen Mei and the others jumped onto the mound, and when they turned around and saw this scene, their expressions changed. More importantly, Dong Jingyang was still running on the ancient tree. Once it broke, he would definitely fall into the swamp. At that time, even if he was a combat master, he would only be eaten by those fierce crocodiles. Because in the swamp, he had no power to resist. Shen Mei and Shen Long wanted to jump up again to prevent this tragedy from happening. But at this time, Murong Xiong shouted, "Don't go, I have a way." Then, he bent down and hugged the ancient tree tightly with both hands, shouting, "Dong Jingyang, hold on tight, don't be thrown out." Dong Jingyang was stunned. But before Dong Jingyang could figure out the situation, Murong Xiong shouted, picked up the ancient tree, and threw it to the side. The moment the ancient tree was moved, the corpses of the 3 fierce crocodiles crashed into the swamp, splashing mud several feet high. Then, they were mercilessly swallowed by the swamp. Gu Mu was finally saved, but Dong Jingyang was caught off guard, and he was almost thrown out. Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly jumped down. His 10 fingers were like iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the tree trunk, saving his life. But the danger was not over yet.